going. And of course, it usually takes about a minute. So, having said that, we do now have all of the devices up and running, and we will get the program going in three, two, one. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Going to do it in the Sherpa tonight. I was not even going to come on live tonight, but figured I'd come on here and talk to the folks. We're talking only 5 days remaining until Trump is once again in the Oval Office. Now, that will make a hell of a lot of you people stand up and applaud. 5 days, only 5 days until Trump is president again. So, for you folks who may favor that, so be it. And I know a hell of a lot of you folks are not favorable to that. So you know how my soundboard goes. So what we're going to talk about, we always have a couple topics, and tonight is no exception. In fact, we have 3 topics tonight. Busy news day, by the way. 2 of the topics are straight out of the headlines as always. But nevertheless, we're going to talk about it with Trump only having 5 days to go. First topic is indeed the fact that he does only have 5 days to go. I want to get from you folks, what are your expectations? What are your expectations? Good, bad, indifferent, peace, unity, chaos, division, $2 gas, tariffs and explosion in the cost of goods and services. What are your expectations now that we have Trump 2.0? So we'll talk about that. I'm sure there's going to be some good and bad in terms of the expectations. Keep in mind, he has been president before. So we lived through him the first time, and it was not Armageddon. So hopefully, all of the predictions that it's going to be the end of the country are wrong. So we'll talk about that. Expectations, only 5 days remaining. Monday is Trump's inauguration day, so only 5 days remaining. Before we get to the second topic, did you know that the flags were due to remain at half staff, at half mast rather, at half mast? Um, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson just announced on social media they're going to actually raise the flags for Trump's inauguration and then drop them back down to half mast after the inauguration is over with. Wow. I'm sure that'll come up. I'm sure we'll talk about that, but he's actually going to raise the flags. So for a temporary period of time, the flags will not be allowed to mourn the death of the late Jimmy Carter. So he's going to raise the flags back up to their full display, and then after the inauguration is over, he'll go back to half mast. And I've seen the comments. Shushu says he will do what he wants. That is true. I do believe there is some truth to that. And no, I'm not. Well, because you're saying, am I shocked? One of the viewers said, "Are you shocked?" This is pretty. I mean, because when Trump passes away, I'm assuming he wants to be properly mourned. He wants his supporters to be able to properly show support to him when he passes away. So this will come back because it's not like it's going to be that long in the future before we lose Trump. I don't think he's going to live to be the age of Betty White. I mean, 10 years, maybe 15 if he's lucky. I mean, Trump is 80? Right at 80. So let's say he gets to be 85. I mean, but 10, 15 years, Trump is going to be gone. So he likely will be in the same boat as Jimmy Carter, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, topic number 2. Many of you folks may have heard they did announce there is a ceasefire in the works in regards to Gaza, Hamas, and Israel. Israel and Hamas have announced they intend to have a ceasefire. Obviously, they want the hostages back. Now, remember, Trump stated that if the hostages are not returned by the time he takes office, all hell will break loose. And he referenced Hamas. But he's not in office right now. So what I want to ask you folks is, who do you give the credit to that they suddenly came to a ceasefire? After, I don't know, 14 months? So they've been in war since October 7th. 2023, when Hamas went into Israel and it took the lives of a bunch of people. So they've been at war since October 7, 2023. Anyhow, today they announced a ceasefire and they're going to work out getting the hostages or the remains of the hostages returned. So what I'm asking you folks is, who do you give credit? At least maybe no one in America deserves credit. Maybe neither Biden nor Trump deserves credit. But do you give either one of them any credit at all for the fact that Israel and Hamas have came to a ceasefire? So we'll discuss that. And last but not least, the third topic is Trump's cabinet picks were all over the news today. I mean, obviously, we heard Pete Hegseth yesterday. I mean, some of the questions they asked folks, the grilling. Some suggested that asking Pete Hegseth questions about his wife and his drinking habits, some suggested that that's a bit irrelevant, indicating that most members in Washington probably have had a little bit of infidelity in their past, things like that. But we're going to talk about Trump's cabinet picks. Good, bad, indifferent. We'll certainly entertain that coming from you. So starting out, Trump in 5 days, what are your expectations? And here we go. So looking in the comments, Trump is going to make prices go up. And how would you suggest that's going to happen there? I don't know why the writing on my damn screen got so small, but who said that Trump's going to make prices go up? Says Helene Gross. So what makes you think that the prices will go up? I mean, a lot of folks believe that Trump's going to get the economy back on track and prices will go down. So feel free to elaborate on that. Will G says, I'm sure Trump made internal challenge to spite Carter to live up to the age of 101. Trump will try to update any record set. Trump ain't shit. Well, he can't. That's one thing he can't do. He can't make himself live to be longer. Trump is probably not going to live as long as Jimmy Carter did. Most of us, probably well over 99% of Americans, have no chance. That's just something that God-given. I guess how you live your life helps too. But I mean, isn't Trump known not to be a healthy eater? He plays golf, so I guess he gets a little bit of a workout. But I mean, even under the best intentions, making it to 100 is challenging. I mean, we just lost Richard Simmons last year, and he was a fitness guru, and he lived less. He didn't even live a life as long as Trump. So that's going to be challenging. I don't think Trump will get that. I get your point, though, Will. He would like to break any record in existence. I get it, but that ain't one of them that's going to happen. I think he's still trying to break the size of Obama's inauguration crowd. Rainey, good evening. Welcome to the program. Rainey, good to see you on here. So Trump in 5 days, how you feeling?
I'm feeling just like I'm going to be feeling. I'm going to live my life the way I've always will. But I came up here because you were mentioning the other part about who deserves the credit.
Yes.
Trump deserves the credit.
So you give Trump credit for the ceasefire?
Yeah, I give it to Trump just like everybody gave it to Reagan until we found out later that Reagan went down and sent his people before that election under Jimmy Carter and told them not to release the hostages. We already know what happened. We know what it is. So Trump gets the credit. I get it. We'll find out the same way we did.
But I'm trying to
figure what happened under Reagan.
What did Trump do for you to suggest he should get the credit for the hostage, the peace deal?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. The left, and I'm on the left. Me and you, Mr. Handsome Liberal, Mr. Tim, are both on the left. But the left got to give it up. This notion that we're going to talk about all the committees and or his appointees and all that, stop bitching. You can't stop it. You can't do shit about it. You're making yourself look like fools. Stop talking about it.
But wait a minute. So because hold on.
Even show up. You know what the Democrats should do? I'd respect them more if they didn't even show up to these hearings. Because we already know every single one of his appointees are going to be appointed.
True. All of them are going to be appointed. So what you're saying is because there is no stopping it, the left shouldn't even question him or anything. Just let him appoint whoever he wants.
Exactly.
I
You
disagree,
got
Rainey.
no
I
bill.
disagree. And I'm going to tell you why. Even though I 100% agree with you that there's no stopping what Trump is doing, if for some reason he made a bad appointment and they didn't ask him any questions at all, and what could end up happening is some Republican could say, "Well, I would not have voted yes if I had known that." So by getting on a dirty laundry on the table, they can no longer come back and say, "Well, I didn't know he was that bad." No, you knew if it is something bad, you knew and you chose to appoint him anyway.
What your premise is based off is if they didn't know. They know.
But if you don't
They
ask any
know.
questions, they won't know.
No. They know Pete Hegseth is a joke. They know he's not qualified, but because 45 wants him to be, he's going to be. They don't care. There is no honor in the MAGA party. They're not even Republicans anymore. I'm not calling them Republicans. MAGA has no honor. They have no decency. No,
What are you
they have nothing.
What are you basing that on?
Their track record. Nothing about MAGA is honorable. Nothing.
Oh, I mean, you just gave the man credit.
Wait, Tim, call me out. If you could give me any time these people have been honorable,
You just gave the man credit for being responsible for a peace deal. Why is
I
that?
gave credit because I know how history books will be written or articles will be written. I see. This is the problem between me and you. You're thinking that I actually believe it. I don't.
Okay.
Trump. We're gonna give Trump the credit, just like we gave Reagan credit for bringing the hostages home from Iran. It's the same shit.
So you don't.
Let me just say this, and I know you probably got other guests, but so let me say this before you drop me.
Okay.
The last time the flag was flown at half-staff
Right.
during an inauguration was by who? What president was being sworn
Oh
in?
wow. I don't know that.
I'm going to give you the answer. It was Nixon,
Okay.
a criminal, because Harry Truman passed away December 26th. The flags were flown at half-staff
Okay. So what's your point?
when Nixon was sworn in. It's going to be flown at half-staff as long as Joe Biden until 12 o'clock p.m. and 12:01. As soon as this man says his numbers, that flag is going right back up.
How do you feel about that? That Trump is going to raise the staff back up during his inauguration, so we will temporarily suspend the mourning of Jimmy Carter. How do you feel about that?
I actually don't have a feeling on it in terms of am I deeply personally offended? No. But do I understand the nation's what we've done to honor our former presidents who have passed away? Yes. Do I think Jimmy Carter is warranted to get his full 30 days? Yes. But I also, again, that's my problem, Tim. I live in reality, right? The left is not living in reality. It's going to happen regardless. So to me, I'm not fighting. I'm giving up. I'm not fighting this fight anymore.
So you pretty much bowed down and you're going to submit to MAGA.
I am checking out. I'm from the country of California, and
the country of California.
I'm from the country of California. Fuck all you hoes. That's what I say.
Now I'm hearing from Trump that your country is improperly ran, and you guys are dealing with fires that you shouldn't be because of your government.
Yeah, if my governor has the power to stop 100-mile-per-hour winds, I mean, they say Democrats are so powerful, so, I'm waiting for my Democrats. You couldn't fucking rig an election again. You rigged it in 2020, according to these jokers. You couldn't have rigged this bitch again.
So
you
what?
mean to tell me that we about to let these fools take us back 100 years? You couldn't do this again. So what are we talking about here, Tim? That's what I'm saying.
What makes you think Trump is going to take us back 100 years? What has he done to make you say that?
Make America great again means there was a time, and he said his time, where he said when he wanted to go back to, I think it was in the 17 or 1800s, that's when America was great. Now, if you tell me that's when you believe that we should go back, my black ass, your black ass, we ain't gonna be in the mix of any of that.
But what
I
about, okay,
was.
we got Trump as president in 5 days. Now, you mentioned you being in, quote unquote, the country of California. You guys are going to need some federal assistance in that country of yours. Do you feel that Trump might be reliable? I mean, you're gonna need a hell
No,
of a lot of help.
I think he will do what he did to us in 2018, 2019. He'll do the same thing, right? And it's funny how nobody is the wiser, right? They're talking about my governor should be arrested. The mayor
Mm.
should be fucking arrested for negligence. Name me one natural disaster in this country where governors and mayors have been threatened with, prison because they didn't handle a disaster in some kind of form or fashion.
I don't know what they said
I
about the.
think my governor needs to do what he needs to do. We give the federal government $480 billion every year, which is why we fucking produce and pretty much take care of the rest of this goddamn country. All the broke ass red states. We should just keep our own money and take care of our own selves in my country of California.
Mm. And there may be more arguments to that because you probably are right. Trump is no fan of Gavin Newsom, and if he can hold up aid to hurt Gavin Newsom politically, there's a good possibility that may happen. So there could be a
But
push.
I don't know if you have a lot of people in the box. Do you know why he's doing this to Gavin Newsom?
They
Do
don't.
we know why?
Well, politically, he doesn't like the guy.
Oh no, Tim, you that's not what it is. It's the same thing they did to Governor Cuomo. They understand when there is a Democrat that is strong. Governor Cuomo, I don't care what you say. Cuomo was a great governor of New York. He's going to be the mayor. If that man runs for the
Yeah,
mayor of New York,
yeah.
he's going to win.
I agree with that. I think he will be the mayor of New York if he runs for that position. But I think you're saying the same thing I'm saying.
The Republicans know Gavin Newsom is going to run for president. So what they're doing right now is they have to sully him into the public's eye, right?
They're doing a pretty
California's
damn good
already-
job. They're doing a pretty damn good job. They are trashing the shit out of Gavin Newsom.
Okay, he's used to it. It's okay. And that's what's so crazy about it, Tim. He's only been fucking governor since 2019. The way they're talking is Governor Newsom been governor for 10, 20 years. He's only been governor for fucking since 2019.
Well, they trashing him. I don't know if Gavin Newsom could put someone running for president. I don't know if he could pull it off. He needs to put some really good things on his resume fast if he's planning on doing that.
And I know you're from Illinois, right?
Yeah.
You're from
Chicago.
You're from Chi, right?
Yes.
Your governor, great guy. Your governor's gonna be on the attack real soon. Watch it, because he's got aspirations. It's gonna come next. Don't let nothing go wrong in fucking your state or your city.
Oh yeah, I
I'm
believe.
talking like that.
Well, they already
Unarmed
trash Chicago
somebody.
they trash Chicago on a daily basis. I got to move it on, but I do agree with that. But
Say, I love you.
same. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. That is indeed the one and only Rainey. Always good to talk to Rainey. I wanted to respond to a couple of super chats. Joseph Hernandez says, billions to Ukraine, homelessness at an all-time high, California's burning to the ground. Illegals, immigration is destroying us. Hispanics for Trump. Get the fuck out of here is what he's saying. GTFO. Now, billions to Ukraine. I don't know if you're not blaming California for that, are you? And I'd be curious to see how many of you folks think that Trump is going to completely stop doing that. He's not really preaching that anymore. Is Trump going to really, eliminate any assistance to Ukraine? He talked about it during the rallies, but now that he's president, he's not talking about or about to be president. I don't hear him talking about that. But he says billions to Ukraine, homelessness at an all-time high. Now, I will tell you this. California gets a lot of notoriety for its homeless problem, but that's not the only place there's a high level of homelessness. I mean, Nevada has homelessness. I mean, most states have some level of homelessness. So I don't know. When you say homelessness is at an all-time high, my opinion is you could be talking about a variety of states when you say that right now. There's a lot of states where homelessness is at an all-time high, as you put it. But you say Californians are burning to the ground. Illegal immigration is destroying us, Hispanics for Trump. I will say this. Now, Joseph Hernandez is obviously Hispanic, and thank you for your support, Joseph. Um, I'm going to be curious to see how that goes. Right now, we know the Hispanics, particularly the males, showed out in favor of Trump. I'm going to be curious to see how that goes once this largest deportation in history starts to happen. I'll be real curious because the Hispanic neighborhoods, in my opinion, are going to get ravished. They got to go find these people, and they're going to be running back to their own neighborhoods and homes and churches trying to hide out. So I'd be curious to see how strong the Hispanic support remains for Trump. It may increase for all we know, but I don't know about that. I think that's going to be it's going to be problematic in some areas, I believe, but we'll see. But that will be a great topic of discussion in the future. Texas governor already ordered the state to raise the flag full on inauguration day, right? Yeah, well, not only the governor of Texas will, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, took to the internet and stated that on inauguration day, the flag will be raised at full mast. So they're going to temporarily suspend the mourning of the former president. I, I don't see why, but maybe some of you folks can cue me in on that. Let me go back to the next caller. 5 days until we get Trump. What are your expectations? The one and only Jeremy, one of my subscribers. We always give them first digs. Jeremy, good evening. Welcome to the program. 5 days until President Trump. Now, hopefully the box lets you in because it seems like it's goofing around there. We'll give Jeremy a moment for the system to bring him in. What's the point here? We are the United States, and 47 should be president for all, not just the people he likes or voted for. Jeremy, you got
There we
echo.
go.
Are you on Bluetooth?
No. It's just
Okay.
that I'm using an older phone because my current phone got kind of needed a repair, so I'm using a really old and slow as hell phone.
Okay, let's make it work then. 5 days until Trump 2.0. What say you? How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, man. I'm feeling pretty good. Pretty happy about it.
What are your expectations over what we've seen over the last 4 years? What areas do you feel confident Trump will improve America in?
I think he'll actually finish the wall this time.
And
think he
in
has
4
enough
years,
support, and I think he shook up the system enough where he actually will finish the wall.
you think he can finish all of that in 4
Yeah,
years?
that's one big thing.
Wow.
Yep, I think so.
That just seems. I mean, because I'm not saying it's impossible, but hundreds of miles of wall. It's certainly if you want a durable wall that's strong enough to do the job. 4 years seem pretty quick, though.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. There's been
I can't hear you. You're muffled.
a
Somewhat.
short period of time.
Your audio's going in and out.
Sorry, there have been plenty of things that have been built in a short period of time.
Well,
Even Vegas wasn't built and Vegas was built pretty fast itself, and that was like 80 or something, or like 100 years ago.
yeah. So,
And Las Vegas, the city itself.
well, the whole city wasn't built in 4 years, though.
No, but it was built relatively fast as for the technology they had at the time. Here's the thing. Here's the other thing, Handsome. Like, you got to understand that we have more advanced technology than we've ever had when it comes to building infrastructure. And a lot of times, the reason why, if you you lived in Australia for a while, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard plenty of Aussies say that things can actually get done faster there than they do in America, because there's just less time to dick around and stuff like that. Like in America, like a lot of times construction workers will intentionally waste time in order to build for longer, and that's why a lot of times cities have such massive infrastructure problems. But if we are really efficient, we could probably get it done in a year.
You make sense. I think you're talking about union labor versus right to work. Union labor can, push back and do things in ways that are beneficial to the employee and can slow a project down. But in the right to work environment, you get things done faster because nobody really gives a damn about the employee. So I do agree with you. If it's done from that standpoint, it probably is possible to get it done significantly. I mean, if you don't do it with union labor, for instance, You probably can get it done a lot quicker. Obviously, the employees are going to get paid a lot less, but you probably could do that, as you're pointing out.
Yeah, and I hope so. And as a Hispanic person, I want to say when people say like, oh, once like they start deporting your cousins and this and that, the Hispanic vote is going to turn around. Maybe for some people, but here's the thing: some of the most conservative people are legal immigrants to the United States because they feel cheated. They feel like, hey, look, I did things the right way. Why can't they?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But most illegal Hispanics know someone that came illegally. Do you now you're Hispanic? You said correct.
Yes, I was born in Colombia.
Do you buy that your country and most of the countries south of the border are mostly sending rapists and murderers to America?
I believe that they have a higher concentration of them because they are more corrupt and they have more lawlessness. So I feel that it incentivizes them. Well, people don't want to admit this to themselves. Most people aren't actually good; they're just civilized. That's actually a Nietzschean thing to believe, but I think Nietzsche has some good stuff that he believes. He said that most people just behave because they know that there are consequences, and they've been trained to by being civilized.
So now,
which is a good thing because then things get done and people behave.
now,
But most people aren't virtuous, and they if put under pressure, they would crack easily.
I can see some validity to that to some degree. People would love to get away with shit if they could. Let me ask you, January 6th is a perfect example of civilized people getting real uncivilized really quick. Let me ask you this in regards to now you said Colombia is your heritage is Colombia. Were you born here though, or did you come from Colombia?
I came here.
You were born here, or you came here?
I came here.
At what age? I'm just curious.
I was only a few months old.
Okay. And you believe that most Colombians coming to America are coming here to rape and murder people, though?
I don't believe that most of them are, but I believe it's a much higher concentration than other parts of the world, like Europe or certain areas in Asia. Um, I believe that the more corrupt and uncivilized the country, the more likely you're going to see people turn to beasts. Because, like I said,
You
most
said
people,
turn the beast down. Well, let me say I don't totally disagree that the less civilized the country is, the more violent. But the fact is, I don't know if you can make the comparison because people from civilized countries don't tend to want to migrate here. We don't get a lot of modern day Irish or modern day people from the UK or Germany. Them people ain't coming here anymore. So it's hard
that's
to.
because they're satisfied.
They're satisfied where they are.
Yeah, they're fine where they are.
Right.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these countries, if like they had, see, I think America is a beautiful place and a place worth protecting, and it's a great place. I think, and that's why the people who are living bad lives are coming here. But here's the thing: I think that if like Colombia, Mexico, Venezuela, Argentina, all these places, if they were civilized, uncorrupted places of wealth and prosperity, people would stay in their countries, and I think that's better.
But do you not think that
trauma?
but you don't think that America had anything to do with the poverty and the lack of civility in some of these countries that are south of the border? For instance, we know the cartel is ruining Mexico. The only reason the cartel exists and has all the power they do is because of their large, wealthy American customer base. Without the American customer base, the Mexican cartel essentially disappears. So
Yeah, I know, and that's true. Well, but there would be other criminal syndicates that would still exist in Mexico because of how corrupt they are.
but they
and how
need a
little
they
they
need a
police
reason to
them.
function though. Even if other criminal syndicates popped up, the Mexican government may be able to curtail them and deal with them. They're not going to have the wealth that the cartels do because they don't have that huge wealthy U.S. customer base.
I actually agree with that. I also think that Europe has something to do with that as well because trust me, because like drugs get across the not just the American border but also across oceans. There's plenty of evidence to see that that the Italian mafia, not the Italian American mafia, but like this would be like the mafia in Italy itself actually helps smuggle narcotics into their own country and works with the cartels very often. So that's a very real thing.
Yeah, I don't
But
know.
here's the thing.
I just think that your comment about lack of civility equals violent migrants. When you're willing to admit that we have a lot to do with the lack of civility in a lot of these countries. I mean, like right now, Trump is talking about potentially taking Panama. That's got to be the largest revenue producing stream for that country. If we take control of the Panama Canal, wouldn't that drive that country further into poverty?
Yes, it would, and I don't support him doing that. You see, I like Trump, like 78% of the way, but there's like at least 32% where I'm. So there's at least 28% where I'm like, no, that's 22% where I'm like, yeah, no, that's not great. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. When it comes down to it, whenever you do something, you always have like a risk versus reward kind of assessment. So if a lot of these countries had much more stable and less corrupt governments, there would be less crime because people would have the risk reward or the incentive. There's plenty of like, notice how like big money makers aren't bank robbers. Bank robbers still exist,
Right.
but they're not nearly as common as drug dealers. Why is that? Well, it's because there's a high risk that you're going to get the feds on you
Right.
if you rob a bank. You might do that when you're still a low-level drug dealer, but that's more like state and city and municipalities,
Right.
you know what I mean, and stuff like that. There's just as much reward and just as much money in selling drugs, but there's far less risk. So there's, now more than likely you'll eventually get caught. But again,
I don't know if I
bank.
totally agree with that. I don't know if you said there's
I'm
more.
just saying, you rob one bank, the feds are going to come after you. And
Yeah, but when you rob a bank, you generally don't make as much from a drug sale as you do from a bank robbery. You rob the right bank, you may not have to rob anymore for a long time.
Not all at once, but over an extended period of time, you do.
I just say if you get a bunch of money from dealing drugs versus if you get a bunch of money from robbing a bank, you're going to have the feds on you on both cases. I mean, by the time you get to be a drug dealer where you're profiting enough to equal a bank robbery, the feds are probably on you. I mean, it's just
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. But my point is that you're going risk versus reward. If people in Mexico had to deal with the same level of policing as like the kind of stuff you would see in like a suburb in the United States, a safe suburb, they probably wouldn't do it as much. Especially since the U.S. and Mexico would cooperate much better with each other to make sure to have more checkpoints at the border to make sure that even if Mexico was still relatively poor.
I don't think America I'll tell you this. I don't think America gives a damn about Mexico. They want to secure our southern border, but all the problems we're causing in Mexico, I don't think we give a damn about that. As long as they can produce what we need, backdoor, whether it's the fentanyl and drugs or the child trafficking or even cheap labor, as long as they can give us what we need without giving us what we don't want, I don't think we give a damn what happens in that country. I mean, that's kind of the American way. I have the same feeling about Greenland. I don't think what we're talking about doing with Greenland is in the best interest of Greenland. I think we want their resources, we want their position in terms of national security. The hell with the people, though.
Hold on. We give Mexico thousands of millions of dollars of aid every single year.
You know how many people die in that country, though, because of what we're doing, though?
Say what?
You know how many people die in that country, though, because of what we're doing? Because we actually are promoting the drug trade, promoting the cartels. Yeah, you give them a few million back, but a lot of their drama is because of the American customer base.
The drugs. People are buying the drugs on an individual level, but not on a governmental one. And here's the thing, Tim, you gotta understand. Think about it like this. Let's say that you have two houses, and one of them has a kid who likes to throw rocks at your kid, and in that house the parent never ever scolds their child or tries to discipline them. If that kid runs over to your house and throws a rock at your kid, and then just runs back every single time, back to his own house every time he gets in trouble, do you think that kid's gonna stop?
Probably not.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of our relationship with Mexico, and I actually feel bad for a lot of Mexican officials because there's a lot of them that want a civilized country that works and functions, but there's so much corruption on every level that that it's kind of hard to actually root it out.
If they can get rid of the cartel's high paying US customer base, a lot of their corruption would go down. Because that's what's funding it. It's our money when we're trying to buy, like I said, hard drugs, or we're trying to engage in child trafficking or purchase fentanyl, or even get cheap labor, which usually results in them folks sending money back to Mexico as well. If they can cut ties with America, at least significantly more than they have now. Cutting ties with America would probably bring their crime down.
Probably. Here's what I will say. I don't know about the child trafficking thing because and I know it's happening. I just mean like I don't know how to stop that 100% other than just to keep like sending the police after them, after people who commit those kind of crimes. Other than that, I don't really know how to prevent like people from desiring to hurt children, which is a really messed up desire. Yeah. It's like absolutely disgusting.
I'll tell you before I got to move it on. I'll give you the last word, but I'll tell you this. As long as we keep ignoring the incentives for Mexicans to come here illegally, like I said, whether it's drugs, child trafficking, or to be cheap labor force, as long as we keep ignoring the Americans that are co-conspirators in this stuff, I don't even know if the wall's going to stop it. I'll give you the last word, though.
I will say this. I think better parenting could probably help curb some of the drug trade. Because think about this, I know that like there's a lot of people I know who have tried and maybe dabbled in drugs and said, not for me, I'm good. You know what I mean? Like, especially when you're young and you're crazy and you're doing stupid stuff. But when it comes to the hardcore users, the ones that are paying the big bucks, I think that you look stat after stat shows that bad homes really do produce addicts. They produce kids who can't.
You're talking about the addicts. I'm talking about the guys who are selling it. They're the ones that's making all the money. Most of the big drug dealers in this country, eventually that shit comes from over there. A lot of it. Now there's some folks who grow and produce their own shit, but a lot of that stuff, a lot of the bigger names, the bigger folks that are moving weight, as they put it, they got connections over there. That's where they're getting it from.
I know, but I'm saying when it comes to demand, because there's supply and demand. I think that if we had better parenting and more hands-on fathers, like we'd have kids that were less likely to give into that kind of stuff, and we'd have kids that were much more mentally stable. We'd have a huge curve, I believe, in the amount of people who are snorting and injecting into their veins.
Maybe.
And I think that's worth it. And I even think that, when it comes to like even the illegal immigration issue, study after study has shown when you do pay people well, they are willing to do jobs that people oftentimes give to immigrants.
Agreed.
So people say like, oh, well, they're doing the jobs that Americans won't do. Yeah, because we know that's bump pay.
Well, you just celebrated Trump getting elected. He's not talking about bumping up pay. They're not even in favor of raising the minimum wage, which pertains to a lot of these jobs. So I don't think you're going to see that. I got to move it on, no, Jeremy. As always, a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you for having me up, Tim.
Anytime. Thank you. My door's always open. Will says I guess he says I guess it's funny. That's what I guess you meant to say. It's funny when Texas was in the deep cold in Louisiana due to Hurricane Katrina. No politician was talking about conditions to send aid. And California was one of the first to send aid, but now it's fuck you. I know what he's talking about, and I agree with that. The idea that the Trump administration is on television talking about they're going to impose conditions on California to decide whether or not they're going to send aid, in my opinion, that should be illegal. If the citizens of this country are suffering in any state in the union, a president that has a beef with the governor or one of the other politicians in that state should not interfere with a president helping the American people. There's no way in hell the politics of California, no matter how bad you may think they are, no way those politics should have anything to do with whether people in that state get aid. It just should not be that way. Now, if you want to give them aid around California, create a GoFundMe or have federal agents go in there and do it, whatever. But the idea that you're not going to assist Americans that are living in a state because you have drama or beef with the political leaders of that state. That shouldn't be. That's already red state, blue state divisive talk. That should be stopped, nipped in the bud. But he is talking that way. He is definitely talking that way. MAGA definitely ain't shit. And Will says MAGA definitely ain't shit and delusional. 1.1 million gringos in Mexico living it up, no papers. So what you're saying is that Mexico has a huge illegal immigration problem with Americans. Is that true? 1.1 million gringos, that's white men, but 1.1 million Americans are living in Mexico with no papers. Is that true? Now, I guess you could say the counterpoint is there's a hell of a lot more of them here living than 1.1 million, but I didn't know that was even the case. 1.1 million Americans. I have not heard that. Continuing on with the program, though, the part that Cali that got it. Wait a minute. The part of Cali that got hit is literally the richest region in the world. They don't need aid, not financial aid. I'm a socialist, by the way. Yeah, I was about to say that. You can't collect federal funds from rich people, and then when rich people go through a natural disaster, you go, fuck you, you're rich. Then why the hell did you collect money from me? That ain't gonna work. Even if you are a socialist, you can't do that. And by the way, everybody that is in those areas, Pacific Palisades and Santa Monica and all, everybody in those areas are not rich. There's a lot of wealth in those areas. I'm not denying that. But some of them folks are old folks that may have had their house for 30, 40, 50 years, and they just happen to have wealth develop around them. They don't all have a second home or a huge bank account to fall back on. Stick the ruler. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Hopefully it brings you up. That's messed up, but the middle class go through that exact same thing. Yeah, but I don't know. You don't want to say F you to any American. I just don't favor that. And like I said, with Trump talking about not giving aid to California because he doesn't like the politics of Gavin Newsom or the mayor of Los Angeles, I'm pretty sure MAGA wouldn't like that in reverse. But weren't they criticizing Biden, said he wasn't doing enough for North Carolina? If it's wrong when it's done to you, it should be wrong when you do it to others. Suddenly they're okay with it. I don't know. I don't like it. I just don't like it. Let's try it again with Stick. I don't know what's going on with the boxer. We'll give you a chance. But I'm surprised. I've had a couple Hispanics that favor the largest deportation in history. Stick, good evening.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. 5 days. 5 days until Trump 2.0. How you feeling?
I'm feeling fine, man. Like, I ain't letting that bother me. I gotta keep it moving, man.
Well, you could be celebrating. You could be very happy about it.
Nah, I ain't celebrating it. Only thing that I would say is I don't want to celebrate it, but I just hope that, MAGA get what they wanted. Whatever it is that they wanted, I hope they get it.
And by the way, I wanted to say thank you, Stevie D, for that subscription. I did see that come in. Thank you, Stevie D. Well, you say you hope that MAGA gets whatever they want. What if they want cheap gas, a better economy? You think they're going to get that? You think that Trump might actually deliver, huh?
If they get cheap gas, that means I get cheap gas.
Good point.
If they get cheap eggs, that means I get cheap eggs. But it doesn't look that way. It doesn't look that way. That's where it's going because he's not worried about gas prices or cheap eggs. He's worried about, purchasing Greenland. And he's worried about taking over the Panama Canal. And
well, wait a minute, though. If he purchases, well, wait a minute. If he purchases Greenland and we exploit them for some of their resources, some of that might bring down the price of energy.
Exploit. That's a good word to use. I mean, that's what it is, right?
Yeah, yeah. But what if the exploitation of Greenland brings down the prices of goods and services and fuel in America?
It sounds good, and I wish that's the way it worked, but it ain't happening.
How do you know?
It's not happening.
How can you be sure?
The Dutch already told him. The Parliament already told Don Jr., we ain't talking to you. You're not anybody that's a dignitary to the United States.
Yeah, but Stig, Trump has already said he's not going to take the military off the table to get Greenland. Can the Danish or the folks in Denmark, could they really even stop us if we really wanted it?
How does the military get on the table?
Says Trump. Says his Congress.
Says Congress. And it's a lot of people that, remember, they voted for no more wars. So again, I hope they get what they wanted.
They want Trump. Let me make it clear to you. When you say you hope that MAGA gets what they want Trump. If he changes his mind on anything he promised during the campaign, they want Trump. They don't give a damn about that. He can change his mind. They'll be okay with that.
Well, that ain't what I'm hearing. That's not what I'm hearing.
Give me an example. Give me an example.
It was a poll came out that 39% of Trump supporters regretting their vote. And that's just right now. That's, shortly after the election. You're at 39% already regretting your vote.
You really think 39% of the people that voted for Trump regret it?
No, that was the poll. That came
I don't believe that. Not that high. I don't buy that. What has he done to make that many people wish they had voted for Kamala Harris or not voted?
Not focusing on what he promised, not focusing on getting, the war over with before he gets into office, which Joe Biden probably gonna get no credit for it, right? That they already say that Trump had a lot to do with it.
They are.
They got a Palestinian that gave an interview on ABC News and said if it wasn't for Trump saying the stuff that he said, we'd probably be. So again, normally, like you said, whoever's in office gets kudos.
Yeah, I'm going to give Biden credit for the hostage release, because even though Trump said there'll be hell to pay, we don't know what Biden has been doing behind the scenes with Netanyahu or with Hamas for who knows how long. There's no way we can just give Trump credit for one simple threat. But Stevie D in the comments counters what you're saying, and I don't know. I tend to think Stevie might be right. He says Trump has the highest approval rating he has ever had. That came out yesterday. You're talking 39% of voters that voted for Trump are disgruntled. I don't know if I believe that. What poll you see that from?
It was a poll. I don't know if it was on ABC.
What was it on MSNBC? What was that? What was that? The Al Sharpton Inc. or something? 39%.
I believe it was ABC. They saying that 39% of Trump voters are regretting their vote. Regretting. So, and again, this came out shortly after, all of the I want this, I want that, came out, because that's not the focus. The focus was the economy. The focus was the border. Now, if you want to say continuous things about things that you ran on, which was the border and the economy, that's different. But even your voters are starting to realize, man, we didn't vote for you to be a dictator.
What is Trump doing dictator-wise? What is Trump doing that has changed that much since he won the election in November when they voted for him? If you voted for Trump in November of 2024, I don't see why you would be saying right now, well, I didn't vote for a dictator. What has he done any different to that significance from November?
Well, the headset dude, okay? The Matt Gaetz thing, already you're starting off wrong. You're starting off with a full, overflown swamp full of gators right now. I mean, that's how and you're talking about draining it, but you're going to be draining your own damn swamp. I don't think Trump supporters are that concerned with a few bad picks. I mean, Trump has been making bad picks throughout his political career, yet they feel he was a great politician. They know the dude has a terrible HR problem. He's not a good human resource person. We know that. That's sad commentary, Tim.
That's true, though. That's true.
It's true, but it's sad that we have to be Trump whisperers and go through what he says and figure out how he's saying it and figure out why he's picked this guy. Like Keith had said, he has no leadership skills. He is definitely a DEI hire, which you guys were trying to get rid of DEI hires. He is he has no leadership role. I mean, I heard that he was basically a 04 in the military, which means he was like a major. And then on top of that, the guy, his budget that he was over was only out, I think it was 10 million. I'll just say that. And then now the budget is supposed to be like 1,000 times that. Like you're out of your league.
Well,
you're out of your league.
Well, but when Obama got elected to become president, he was somewhat in that same situation where he went from a community organizer to a senator to the president of the United States really quick. Someone was saying the same thing about him, and he turned out okay.
Yeah, but Trump is the same person. I mean, not Trump, but Obama is the same person. He's a guy that knows how to articulate exactly.
You don't think Pete Hegseth is sane?
I would say he's wishy-washy at best. He's a guy that's doing the Trump thing. I've been accused of this. Those are false allegations / smears. Just don't believe what you read. But then at the same time, just like Matt Gaetz, we seen and we heard the allegations. We know they are to be true, regardless of all the people that you're saying will back you to say I'm a good person. We don't know what the back deal is.
But can you not be okay? So you may have cheated on your spouse or drank a little bit too much back when you were younger. Can you not still be an effective leader even with that? I mean, there are probably plenty of people in Washington that we view as successful leaders that have done some of that stuff. At the end of the day, they all probably have had affairs. I mean, that's not that uncommon, is it?
Well, this is my thing. Like, I'm tired of it being a norm, right? Now everything that is wrong is normal. We try to just pass by it and just say everybody's done something, right? It's okay.
It was normal then, Stick. We just didn't talk about it. But in fact, I'll tell you this, because women now have more rights than ever before. There's probably less of them committing acts of infidelity. You go back to the 50s and 60s, I bet they all were doing it because there was no accountability for it all back then. Now that women got some rights, they can take you in divorce court and take half of your shit. It's probably less now than it ever was.
Tim, that's lies. And the reason it's lies is because we're men. We don't care about that. We've never cared about that. It is what it is.
All right.
You're either going to stay with me or you're going to leave me. It is what it is. Man, look, Trump, he's been married, 3-4 times? He don't care.
Yeah.
He's rich. He don't care. Keith Hegseth, he gets the job. I'm pretty sure right now he's already sitting on a cushion because he was with Fox News. So at the same time, he don't care. That's why he had a kid while he was with his wife, and then he turned around, dumped her, brought the new wife to the hearing. He brought the new wife to the hearing. So he don't care. They don't care, man. So at the end of the day, what all I see is this. I see Trump making dictator moves. He's putting his word out there early to try to get a feel to how the people will, gravitate to what he's saying. And if more people start gravitating to it, he'll say it more. If they don't, he may fall back. But it just depends on what he's going to get out of whatever.
But Trump may go in there and blow your mind and be one of the best leaders we've ever had. I mean, if he brings down the cost of everything, starts ending some of these wars, expands the size of the United States, wow. But if he does this stuff, would he not end up as a great leader?
Let's look at it. Let's look at it as a normal way, right? Let's not look at it as a country. Let's look at it as a person that had a job before, right? We've seen what he's capable of. We've seen what he does.
Different guy now. Different guy. Loyal administration. Different guy now. Different guy.
Hey. He hasn't been in there yet.
True.
Everybody said he hasn't got there yet.
True.
We don't know what we're going to get till we get it. But that's the problem. You allowed somebody that you already seen his work. You see who he is. But even still, you hired him back. And now you're just like, Well, we hope for the best.
Stick. They
Somebody.
hired him back because they were looking at the fact that we may have to deal with 4 more years of Biden or Kamala Harris. That's what made them go for Trump. They thought the current president sucks. I'll give you the last word.
I'll say you can think the president sucks all day, but the facts are the facts. Lowest in employee unemployment. I'm sorry, lowest in unemployment. He's whipped the economy back in shape. Regardless of how much your eggs are, you still have the best, one of the best economies in the world right now, and you just won't admit it because you just want Trump. Period. It has nothing to do with policy, as we see. It has nothing to do with even probably the border. You just wanted Trump. And I'd rather talk to a MAGA person that would just be honest with me and say, I didn't care if you put Jesus Christ up there. I wanted Trump. Because that's what it is.
That sounds cult-like. That sounds like a cult. I got to go.
Hey, it is what it is, Tim. I'm just telling you what it is and how it is. And I hope he gets back on track and get them what they want and what they voted for.
All right. And we're all wishing for the best for Trump, right?
Yeah, no. I'm wishing for the best for the country, not Trump.
Oh my God! All right, Stick, you drive a hard bargain.
I'm being honest.
I believe you too.
All right,
thanks, appreciate it. Real quick in the comments, Stevie D says, if you haven't learned how Obama rolls by now, he called Trump every name. Now he's buddy. Before I continue, I got a few super chats I want to respond to as well. Everybody saw Obama and Trump yucking it up at the funeral of Jimmy Carter, and people were saying that shows that Obama was full of shit when he kept comparing Trump to the mustache man of Germany. Well, I just want to say this, folks. Let's be clear. Both of Trump's running mates, Mike Pence and now J.D. Vance, they both have compared Trump to the mustache man as well. And they yuck it up with Trump. So I don't know where to go with that, but it's not like Obama's the only one that's compared Trump to the leader of Germany in the 1930s and 40s. I mean, Mike Pence said that Trump told him, I need to have more generals like Adolf had. And then we know, of course, that J.D. Vance wrote a book, or was it a movie or whatever, when he said that, he called Trump America's Adolf. So they both have said it. So when people are pointing out that Obama said that stuff, understand that both of his own running mates, which is why I told my last caller, Trump obviously has a human resource problem. Why would you put people that's referred you to that guy, the leader of Germany, as your vice presidential candidates? Both of them, Pence and Vance have said that about Trump. And I do believe Milley and some of the other close associates of Trump have said that as well. We're pointing out Obama. I get it because he sat down with Trump at the funeral. But there's a hell of a lot of Republicans that have said that about Trump as well. I don't know if Rubio, Cruz, or Lindsey Graham have said it, but they've all said some pretty authoritarian and critical remarks of Trump in the past themselves, and some of them are going to be on his administration. So we can talk about Obama, but he ain't the only one that said it. Real quick in the comments, Stevie says, I feel you. So much political theater. It's hard to trust any of them. Fact. Will G says, we were just talking about the North Carolina hurricane disaster a few months ago. Trump doing exactly what he accused others of. Fact. That is, Trump was stating that Biden had political issues with the government in place in North Carolina and was using his office to ignore them. And now, as Will G rightfully points out, Trump's on TV promising to do the exact same thing. Exactly what he accused Biden of doing, he is now talking about making that come to life on his side. And oddly enough, MAGA don't seem to have a problem with it anymore. So we can talk about that. Stop the cap. Joseph Hernandez, stop the cap. No one regrets their votes. Joseph, I'm more favorable to what you're saying than not, but there are people that regret their votes. There's no denying there are some people that regret their votes, but I don't think it's anywhere near 39% like my caller said. I'll go back to the box. I want to address these other super chats, but certainly I don't think it's 39%. Now, when Trump gets in office, maybe if he starts effing up here or there or some things go wrong, the number of voters who have voters remorse may increase. But right now, I don't. Trump hasn't done. I don't think he's done enough to make that many people wish they had not voted for him. I get some of the bad appointments, Matt Gaetz in particular. Pete Hegseth, we'll see what happens. But Matt Gaetz was a criminal if he's been dealing with 17-year-old girls and things. And that's a crime. I don't know about Hegseth being that bad. Hegseth's problem sounds like it may be lack of experience. We'll see what comes out. But I don't know, 39%? I think some of the things that may lead to voters' remorse are things that Trump is doing that are very controversial that he never talked about during the campaign. Taking the Panama Canal, there's going to be some Panamanians and some Hispanics that may not like that. Because that never came up. Same thing with Greenland. That stuff never came up when he was running for office. So we'll see. But 39% seems extremely high. Real quick in the comments, the people regretting their votes are the ones that wanted to troll but didn't believe Trump would win. Now they are about to be kicking themselves in the ass. You really think that's the case, Will? The people that are regretting their votes, he says, are the ones that wanted to troll. Why the hell would you vote for a candidate simply to troll? Either you like the guy or you don't. I mean, look, I don't like the Democrats, so I'm going to vote for the Republican just because I don't. That's crazy. Vote for the guy who you think is going to make your life better off. As opposed to, I'm just going to vote against this group because I don't like them. Whatever the guy you vote for does, it can affect your life. You should vote for whoever. That's crazy if that's the case. Wow. It's the difference between being black, working 3 times harder, and white privilege. That's a hell of a juggernaut to go up against. That is a hell of a lot. I mean, I was on you guys know a lot of times you'll find me, if any of you guys have your notifications set, if there's a few of you out there that have your notifications set where it lets you know where I may be on. And sometimes you will think I'm doing a live, but in fact, I'm actually talking in someone else's life. I like to go into MAGA environments. So if you see me online talking to somebody else's stream, it's almost always predominantly MAGA. Usually me against 4 or 5 other people. I don't go really into liberal forums at all. It's almost always MAGA. Now, when he says working 3 times harder versus white privilege, we got into a debate about police, and somebody was saying that, all you got to do is, if the police mistreat you, just go to court and request a body cam and you'll get that and you'll be able to prove your case and easily dispel or have any police that mistreated you prosecuted. And I told the viewer, this was a white guy, I don't think any black guy would say that, but this was a white dude. And I told him that. He didn't like it. I said, your comment reeks of privilege. I said, you really believe that if the cops mistreat you, you can just go down to the police station and request the body cam and they'll just be friendly and hand it over to you? And I was like, that sounds like something somebody would say who has never had any problems. So sometimes there is privilege, and it just simply has to do with something where you're speaking on from a standpoint of your experiences, irrespective of hardship somebody else may go through. I mean, that would be like me going into going to watch let's say you're going to watch a rap battle or something like that. Ain't nothing but other brothers there. And I tell one of my white dudes, they cool in here. You can just come on in. They're not gonna mess with you. Well, you got the privilege. You're black. You don't look different. If I come in here, people are looking at me. I mean, but if you don't have the same resistance, you often do not realize you may be privileged in some areas. And I think what that guy told me about, just go down and request a body cam and they'll just give it to you. Like, you realize how many people wait years to get body cam when they tell them they can't give it to them? Stick is lying because his lips are moving. Says, guess what, in regards to my last caller. I know you lie, your lips are, who makes that? Is that Megan Trainor? I know you lie, your lips are moving. So you just don't believe anything Stick says, huh? Guess what? Big shit, Pete was getting fried, bro. I'm hearing Pete Hegseth held his own. I listened to some of it yesterday while I was driving, had Fox News tuned in on XM radio. Sometimes I switch over to CNN or MSNBC occasionally because I like to hear the commentary in between the speech. And if you're listening to Fox, Republicans are winning. If you're listening to MSNBC, Republicans sound like dipshits. So I like to be able to hear from both sides. But you're saying that Pete Hegseth got fried. I don't know if you can fry Pete Hegseth. He's going to get appointed. He's going to win. So it's just a matter, just like Kavanaugh. Some were saying that Brett Kavanaugh was fried trying to get his approval for the Supreme Court. At the end of the day, he's on the court. So Pete Hegseth will get that position. So I don't know if he's getting fried. Let me go back to the box. I want to ask that you guys tap the screen. I haven't asked that at all. Tap the screen. Get me on up to about 10,000. I think we can make that happen. Tap the screen. Get the likes up for my TikTok viewers. By the way, folks, we always give the spiel, which we have not given tonight. This is an uncensored program. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section, including yours truly. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. Haven't had any Q viewers on recently. I miss some of my old Q viewers. The Nancy Pelosi is dead and Joe Biden was lynched years ago. I miss some of them folks. I haven't had any Qs on lately, but we used to get a lot of good Q come through. Looking in the comments, Kimberly, you are so funny. Like Pete, I like Pam. I'm definitely, I don't care. You guys are talking to each other in there. LGBTQ, let's get back Trump quickly. Paul Saul says those are the acronyms. That's what they stand for. LGBTQ means let's get back Trump quickly. Well, they're going to get rid of the LGBTQ community. So maybe that is what it means. Travel, man, because they're definitely, Trump is definitely going to make life miserable, particularly for the trans. I mean, they're not going to be wanted anywhere. I don't want to see you at a school. I don't want to see you on the side of a beer can. Wherever the transgender community shows up, there are going to be problems. Travelman, good evening.
Evening, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good, just hanging around like Mike Pence on January 6th. So what I'm asking is, how are you feeling 5 days before Trump's back in office?
Well, okay. Let's start off with the ceasefire. Okay.
Who gets credit?
Both of them worked on it. Okay. Biden has been working on it. I think the proposal that they came to, he actually submitted that, I think, back in May or June, somewhere along in there. So this
How do you know Trump worked on it?
Because I just read it. One of his representatives was there.
Oh.
And the guy, I forget, I can't call his name right now, but the main negotiator for Biden, he was working on one side of the room at one point, and the guy that was there representing, for the Trump administration, he was working the other side, and then they brought them together.
So let me ask it to you this way. Since you said there were representatives of both parties there. And by the way, folks, tap the screen. Get your boy up to 10,000 likes. Smash that like button on YouTube, but TikTok, tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 10,000. Helps out the algorithm. What I want to ask you, Trevorman, is this. If Kamala Harris or Joe Biden had won, do you think this ceasefire would still be happening right now?
Probably.
So it would have happened. It would have happened no matter.
They would probably getting to the point where it was diminishing returns. They've pretty much destroyed. They've destroyed Gaza.
Yeah, but I think Israel's on a land grab, so there's still some returns to be made. They on
a land grab.
Yeah,
they want Gaza. They want to move the Palestinians out of there total. But Hezbollah has been destroyed. They've killed a lot of the leadership. So Hamas is kind of dangling out there by themselves.
Yeah.
And then it was just a matter of time before the people and the Palestinians themselves would eventually start turning against them also. So you just kind of get to a point of diminishing returns.
So even if Trump had lost, you still think by now we would have had a ceasefire?
Well, I'm not going to say it would have happened right now, but they were probably on track for it. Trump said all hell. What did he say? All hell going to break loose or something like that. I mean, besides, what was he going to do? They've already destroyed Gaza. But they go
well, there's still a whole lot of Palestinians to unalive, to be honest with you. As you pointed out, they want them out of there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What are they going to do? Well, that's genocide.
That's what they're being accused of. That is what some of our allies have already ruled that not Netanyahu was guilty of genocide.
Yeah, but if you go, but so far, they've been kind of able to kind of disguise it, so to speak.
I
You know
don't
what I'm
think
saying?
so. I
You know
don't
what I'm
think
saying?
so.
But wait a minute, let me finish what I'm saying now. If they go further, if you go further now, they could actually bring charges of genocide.
Haven't they
You know?
already done that? Haven't they already determined that Netanyahu is a war criminal? They've already
Well, yeah, they
Israel.
already decided that, but you got to think too. A lot of Palestinians were killed. What they did, 40,000 plus 30,000 in the beginning. So that's on the way to genocide.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is, I would give both of them some credit. I would give both of them credit, but I would tend to put more. I would give Biden a little bit more credit because they've been working on it all the time.
Okay. All
That's how I
right.
go with that.
So now with 5 days remaining until Trump takes the Oval Office back, how you feel like he may actually lead this country in a favorable direction? You think it actually might work out?
Trump, he's not a leader.
We had
Not a
him.
leader.
He's
He's not a leader.
had 4 years under his belt already. You don't think he learned anything?
He's 70-something years old, and he's still not a leader.
Biden
He's not a leader.
Biden is older than Trump. Do you think he's a leader?
But Trump is not a leader. You say he got 4 years under his belt.
Yeah.
He's not a leader. Look at what he's doing. Is he leading? No. He's throwing bombs out every day.
Well,
I want to take over Greenland. I want to take over Panama. I want to do this. I want to do that.
But wait a minute. You're saying he's throwing bombs out every day, but you got to admit he is getting what he wants. Same thing during his first term. Despite what he says, a lot of the things that he says he wants to happen, that stuff does happen.
He's not getting Greenland. He's not getting Panama. No, he's not getting Canada. Matter of fact, I think when they always show the one side, right? Oh, when Trudeau went to speak with Trump, Trump brought up making Canada the 51st state, and Trudeau, he kind of did a nervous laugh, But then when they talked to Trudeau, and then Trudeau was like, yeah, he brought it up. And then when I brought up the fact that, okay, well, let's trade. Give me Vermont and California. And he said the subject was changed real quick.
And now you see Justin Trudeau resigned.
Justin Trudeau is in trouble already.
You think
That wasn't because of Trump.
you don't think Trump made his troubles worse?
No, that wasn't because of Trump. He's been in trouble.
I don't know.
He's been go back and look about 6, 7, 8 months ago. He's been in trouble for a while. That didn't just happen.
Okay. Here's the point I make when I say Trump is getting things done regardless of the rhetoric. Now he
What
talked.
is he getting done?
Let me explain. He talked about imposing tariffs on Canada and Mexico if they don't secure the border. Since he talked about doing that, both Canada and Mexico has talked about doing things, increasing the funding to strengthen their borders. Both countries have done that. Now he's also talking about if Panama doesn't charge the U.S. shipping a fair price to pass through Panama, he is going to demand that we take over control of the Panama Canal. My humble opinion, they're going to give Trump what he wants in terms of reducing the cost of shipping through the Panama Canal. I think he's also going to give that. So,
Nope, not going to get
you don't think they're going to reduce the cost at all?
it. Then they got to reduce it for everybody.
No, they don't. They don't have to let everybody know they did it.
Oh, you think they're not going to know? You think they not? You think that somehow or another it's not going to leak out that the U.S. troops, the U.S. ships coming through, the U.S. flag ships coming through are paying less, and somebody in the Panamanian government is going to be, oh yeah, we happy about that, and they're going to keep it all within the government. Somebody's going to leak.
So let's say that. Let's say what you're saying actually happens. They reduce the cost of shipping for America by 10-15%. The other countries know about it and they're upset. What can they really do? They're not going to go around Cape Horn or south of. They're not going to go all the way down around the tip of South America. I mean, what can they do?
Or is Panama really? Are they really charging the U.S. too much, or is that just Trump?
Well, the problem is due to global warming or climate change, the level of water has dried up So that
Exactly.
yeah,
Yep.
so
I
there's a
got you.
problem.
I got you. But you know what? He also said that the Chinese was running the Panama Canal,
That's not true. That's a lie.
and
We
that's a
get
bunch
it.
of BS.
Yeah. But
You
what
know.
I'm saying
Okay.
though is if I do believe Trump will get that reduction in shipping costs. And if the other countries don't like it, what can they really do about it?
I would be very surprised if they do that.
Really?
They have what can Trump? I mean, what can he do? Really, think about it. What he gonna do if they don't drop those prices? What he gonna do? Send the U.S. ships around to South America?
No,
Huh?
he's talking about taking the whole damn canal.
He's not gonna do that. How is he gonna do that?
Military?
So just they charging us too much money, so we gonna invade. Come on, bruh.
You don't
Oh, see, this
think
is the thing. People give Trump. They give him too much power. See, they give him too much power. Oh yeah, we just gonna go and invade Panama. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're not just gonna go invade Panama.
I'm not.
We're not just gonna,
I'm not
we just
saying we're
not
just
gonna
gonna.
invade Canada.
I'm not saying we're gonna just go invade Panama. I think the bluff might be enough to get Panama to act. I don't think Panama's going to sit there and say, not only are we not going to give you, we're going to call your bluff. We're not going to lower prices at all. I think Panama could be.
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay. I'm just gonna say, and if they do call his bluff, what is it? What is he gonna do?
It's a
It's
whole.
just like the lady. It's just like the president down in. It's just like the president down in Mexico. He was talking trash. She came right back at him.
Well,
Came
in
right back
regards
at
to
him.
your
So what has he
comment,
done? What has he done since she came back at him? Oh, we're gonna rename the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. She said, well, if that's the case, let's pull up this map from 14 whatever.
Yeah.
And the whole continent was called Mexico Americana.
well, I will
Let's go
tell you
back to
though,
that.
Mexico and Panama are two different, two different animals. I think in
That
regards to
is
Panama,
true.
in addition to, because you say, well, what is he going to do? In addition to talking about using the military, he could actually interfere with their leadership. I mean, we've actually, to some degree, staged coups in countries. I mean, like Hugo Chavez, we
That's
was
true.
always, I mean, we're always challenging his leadership in Venezuela. I mean, we could make it so that whoever the leadership of Panama is, your days might be numbered. I mean, we can throw around enough money. We can buy people off. Either you do this, or we can get rid of you.
Yeah, but Panama is pretty stable now. Maybe they could have did that back when Noriega was in there or something, but it's pretty stable right now. It's been stable for over 20 years, you know? So
Then
everybody's
we'll
already making
destabilize
money
your
now.
government.
Well, they can try it. That don't mean it'd be successful. We're not as good as that as we
Yeah, but
used to be.
is it worth not just giving them the 10% discount or whatever they asking for, and not taking a chance that they may do this? To me, this is an example I always use. You open up a pizzeria in New York or something like that, and you're doing good, you're making money, and then all of a sudden a mafia boss comes in there and says, from now on, 10% of your profits go to me. I'd hate for something to happen to your restaurant. And you think, well, I could do all that, or then I could just pay him 10% and not have to worry about that. And that's what I think that we're doing kind of to Panama. We're going to strong arm you. I'd hate to see something happen to your government or happen to your country. From now
The
on,
thing,
you give us a 10% discount on pizzas, or you might not be selling pizzas.
the thing about that is that 10% turns into 15%, turns into 20%. So
No.
you stand up to them. Okay, you might get killed, but your family. But most of the time, if you stand up to them, most of the time when you stand up to people like that, they respect you. Okay, they respect you. They stand up to them, they respect you. Like I said, I want to see how much he's gonna mess with that lady in Mexico. Okay, but
I'll just tell you this: every government that has stood up to the United States, to some degree, they did get killed. Wasn't Saddam Hussein given a chance to play ball or stand up to the United States? You see when they found him hiding in a hole. If he had just caved into the will of the United States, he would still be a leader over there. So I don't know. Either you want to sell these pizzas at 90% profit or what?
okay, you know what? I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna look out for it though. So what was the other topic? I'm gonna look out for it. I'm not agreeing with you, but I'm not gonna beat a dead horse either.
All right. Well,
What's the other thing?
Well, last but not least, I mean, because we also covered Gaza already. Before I let you go, I'm just his picks. How do you feel about I mean, we know Rubio's going to skate through. We know Christy Norm of South Dakota, she's going to get the job. But, you know, Hegseth and Tulsi Gabbard, how do you feel about his picks?
Bondi is going to get through. Like you said, what's his name?
Rubio.
Yeah, they're going to get, most of them going to get through.
All of them are going to get through. They all are going to get through.
Except even though he shouldn't get through, he's going to get through because none of the Republicans want to go against Trump.
Yeah.
You know, so they're gonna get through. I watched the confirmation hearing yesterday, you know, and it kind of reminded me of when Kavanaugh almost started crying, talking about how much he I like beer, you know, and all this, that, and the other, you know, and this stuff that he was doing, this stuff Hegseth was doing, this was not 20 years ago. This is stuff that they're drinking, and all this is recent stuff, you know. So just because
did I lose my caller?
Just because you served in the National Guard, okay, and just because you went to war, that doesn't mean you qualified to run the Pentagon. That's a bunch of BS.
Yeah. Well,
that's a bunch of BS, man.
So why do you think Trump is so gung ho on him? What do you think made Trump pick him?
He's gonna kiss his ass. I mean, you know, I don't curse a whole lot, but he's gonna kiss his ass. That's why he's gonna do what he tell him to do. That's why he's in there.
I don't disagree with that.
You got these. You gonna compare him to General Mattis? You know, you gonna compare him to some of these other 4-star generals or whatever. When you have crisis, what the hell he gonna do? You know, women shouldn't be in combat. They've been there.
Well, he backtrack on that now, though. I don't think he's going because that's
you know what? That's what he believes.
Yeah, he believes
that's
it, but
what he believes because he talks about it all. He didn't just say it a couple times. He said it numerous times. He put it in his book. Okay, so that's what he believes.
Yeah. And I seen Joni Ernst was one of the ones that was not one of the senators. Joni Ernst from Iowa was you know, because she served in combat. She was not favorable to that, but she has come around. So Peter Hegseth will get the appointment. I got to move on, Travelman, but yeah, he looks like he's in there. So it is what it is. I think all the Trump's picks are going to go through. And I see my Travelman, I guess you had a caller. There is no such thing as qualified in our government anymore, says Denkow. Well, you do have a resume. I don't know. I mean, because they said that Kamala Harris wasn't qualified as well. So we'll talk about it. Pete filibustered and lied the whole way. But yes, because of the Republican advantage and have backed criminal reports, he will get the nod. I think he's going to get the nod simply because Trump said, give him the nod. I really think that's the case. I don't think there's anything in any of their past that could come out. My guess is, and here's where you can certainly point out if you think I'm wrong, but my guess is even Matt Gaetz would have eventually got the nod. That's my guess. My guess is that if Trump pushed hard enough for Matt Gaetz, he would have eventually got in as well. I don't think there's anything stopping Trump's cabinet picks because the Republican Party is so loyal right now. Like I said, Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa, was not a fan of Hegseth talking about women shouldn't serve in combat because she has served admirably in combat. And the MAGA constituency, MAGA started eating her alive. Charles, appreciate the sub. Thank you for the subscription extension there, Charles Vaughn. Thank you for supporting the program. Thank you. So Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa was not a fan of Pete Hegseth for that whole woman in combat thing, and MAGA started eating her alive. These people know. These people have seen what happened to Liz Cheney, where someone that was highly respected in the Republican Party can go from being great to nothing overnight. Obviously, Liz Cheney's a warmonger. Why the hell did she suddenly become a warmonger after January 6th? You're riding with her for 4 years. Nowhere during that time did anybody give a damn about her being a warmonger. And by the way, isn't Trump talking about one of the purposes of appointing Pete Hegseth is to give the military a warrior-like mentality? It almost sounds like that's what he's talking about. But the rest of the Republican Party does realize going against Trump is essentially a career killer. So you're not going to have a lot of independent thought unless it's coming from a politician that's about to retire, like a Mitt Romney or somebody. You're just not going to have it because their whole career is going to go. It doesn't matter how respect. I don't think there's one Republican politician out there, not one, that could survive a vicious attack from Trump. I can't think of one senator, one governor. Well, there is one governor. Governor Kemp of Georgia did survive one because Trump did not want Governor Kemp of Georgia reelected because he didn't call the election his way. But for the most part, if you are a Republican politician and you go against Trump, your days are as numerous as the next election. That's pretty much it. Trump is trolling President Carter and distracting from the real issues. Privatization of Social Security, taking away Veterans Administration and the Department of Education. If the what it says, social Department of Education, the social safety net. I don't know. I think everybody knows he's targeting the Department of Education. Will I don't think that's even a issue anymore. Everybody knows that he doesn't favor that. Now the Veterans Administration and privatizing the social security, those are things that people are not paying as close attention to. But everybody knows he's talking about going after the Department of Ed. I'm not a fan of it because I do believe that the lesser among us, poor people, minority people, people of color, I don't think they will benefit if you get rid of the Department of Education. I think that'll be a detriment to the quality of education they're getting, which is already lackluster to begin with. But if you get rid of the Department of Education, I think it will get worse. Continuing on, I see somebody in the Charles says police immunity. I don't know what relevance does that. What are you talking about in regards to what? Now he did promise to get police immunity, but I don't know what that relates to right now. You're dreaming, Tim says, for real. Dreaming in what way? You are joking about Mitch being president. Oh my God! Did I? Well, no. I said that the only people that are going to go up against President Trump are folks that are on their way out, that are about to retire, like not Mitch McConnell, but Mitt Romney. That's who I meant, not Mitch McConnell, Mitt Romney. Mitch McConnell really hasn't really went up against Trump. He said a few things after January 6th, but he's the one that prevented Trump from getting impeached for January 6th. So not Mitch McConnell. Mitt Romney is the one I meant to say. You are joking about Mitch being president. Oh my God, he's the one that stopped the impeachment. Yeah, hey, I said Mitch McConnell when I meant Mitt Romney. So yeah, I am joking if that's what I said. Trump don't have Obama telling him what to do. Huh? Let me go back to the box. Continuing on with the program. I will continue on with Michael. I saw was that King in there? Good evening. Welcome to the program. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Yes, I hear you loud and clear. 5 days to go. You ready?
5 days before all the fuckery.
Does anybody do I have any viewer at all that think Trump is going to do a good job? All y'all don't like him?
No, I don't. Not at all. Not one iota.
What's so bad about Trump?
Hold on. I want to get, I like to come back when we have a conversation. So I told you that he was going to lift those flags from half-mast, right? I told you that, right?
You did. Yes, you did.
And did you read about what they're going to do?
They're going to temporarily lower the flags while the inauguration is going.
You see how petty he is, man? You see how petty this is.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. I don't know why he would. I mean, that's going to go down in history as the only time that we temporarily suspended mourning for a U.S. president. Why would you want to? People are not going to be paying that close attention to the damn flag. Just open up the inauguration with about a quick moment of silence for Jimmy Carter. Maybe give him a 2-minute speech. And you'll never have to discuss it again. Why would you lower the flag? And now they're going to be asking questions about that shit for who knows how long.
He doesn't give a shit, Tim. You know that. Listen, it is exactly what, it's who he is. So when you ask the questions, you really think, yes. Every time we have these conversations, yes, he is who he is. He's going to do that shit. It doesn't matter. What is the External Revenue Service? The fuck is that?
He he did say he's gonna add but that's gonna be for external taxes, the External Revenue Service.
Tim, what does that mean to you?
Maybe he's gonna raise tax money to offset. I want to give it to you. I'm going to try to play the benefit of the doubt in favor of Trump. If he creates an external revenue service, maybe he can tax other countries in some fashion or form and lower our taxes via the internal revenue service. That's what I'm hoping.
So the money would go from the External Revenue Service to the Internal Revenue Service, right? Is that what you're saying?
It's complicated.
So
complicated.
collect the money over here, and then bring it back into the government, right? Right. So that, man, if that's not the biggest money laundering Ponzi scheme, man, multi-marketed level, what kind of shit is that, Tim?
Collect it from them so you don't have to collect it from us. I think that's what people are thinking.
And isn't that more government?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
well, this was the party that was talking about draining the swamp because we have too many jobs. Too many people in government, right? That's the whole deal, the whole Dodge or Doge or whatever.
That's what he said. Yeah, that's what he said.
Right. But then creating another, you see what I'm talking about? This is absolutely insane. It's insane.
Yeah, he promised the first go round that for every 3-letter organization he created, he was going to get rid of 2. So far, you're correct. He's talking about the External Revenue Service, and he's also talking about the Department of Government Efficiency. I guess that's not a 3-letter organization. That's a 4-letter organization, but he has created at least 2 so far. And, well, the Department of Education would be one he's talking about getting rid of. So we'll have to see.
And back to the Panama Canal real quick. So the president responded, and he basically fact checked everything Trump said about China's not running nothing over here. We're not paying you anymore. You're not paying any more than anybody else. And so he already responded to those things. But Trump just throws. This is why it's so dangerous. I heard that on a live this morning.
Yeah.
I heard someone.
I'm sitting there talking to somebody who gave me the name of a Hispanic. They claim set all 5 fires in California. People throw some wild shit out there, man.
And it's dangerous, man. It's dangerous. This is not. It's sad, but it's not funny, because we're gonna have somebody like Pete Hegsman. Hey, you talk about DEI. You talk about somebody unqualified.
Is he really that unqualified?
He's really that unqualified, Tim. Matter of fact, were you in ROTC?
No.
Well, if you had been in ROTC, you might be just as qualified.
Well, he was a major, was he not? I mean, he had some rank.
But, yeah, he had some rank. Like I said, you might as well, if you been in ROTC.
I'm trying. Yeah, listen, at the end of the day, I know his resume. I mean, people talked about Kamala Harris not being qualified. She was more qualified for president than Pete Hegseth is to lead the military. I get it, but I'm trying my best.
It's not even close. And I'm going to tell you this, too. Did you watch the confirmation?
I listened to a lot of it on XM. I wasn't able to watch it because I'm working during the day.
Okay, what was your takeaway? I saw you walking around in the.
I think they asked a hell of a lot of questions that a large portion of America don't care about. Yeah, he cheated on his wife and got another woman pregnant. You can be a very effective leader and a cheat at the same time. I don't know if that has anything to do with his job. Now, people would say, well, that shows he doesn't have moral character or whatever. I mean, in the military, you may have to kill some people. I mean, moral character, I don't know. I think they asked a lot of irrelevant questions.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you to that extent. But where it does get relevant is when he can't answer basic questions about military and chain of command. And when Tammy Duckworth was grilling him, he couldn't answer 2/3 of what she was asking him. Yeah. 2/3.
I did see her. They covered that on The View again today because she was on The View today. Yeah, I did see that, and he was not able to. She trashed him. She did trash him.
Well, and then he wanted to say that he is something to the effect of he was more committed than anyone in this room when it came to military service. And I was like, dude, read the fucking room. She's sitting over here with no legs. She was a Black Hawk pilot. my guy, she was a helicopter pilot, and she lost some limbs in there. You might want to just push back on saying you're the most committed guy in the room when you're talking to. It's just listen. Anybody can say, "Well, that's how I felt about it then," because when Kamala did it, she was a flip flopper, right?
Yeah.
And they grilled her on her position 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And her positions had nothing to do with misogyny and xenophobia or any of those things.
Well, I'll tell you. Well, hold on. I'll tell you, Michael. There's a hell of a lot of men, I believe, even liberal and independent men, that also agree that women in combat is not a good idea. There's a lot of men that agree with that.
Well, but again, you can agree with it, but if you're going to lead that department and you're going to not only the women, but woke, you want leftists out. I mean, it's like, what are we talking about? Right? Like what are we really talking about? Because if you're going to serve. All the rest of that stuff doesn't matter to me. And again, I've always felt indifferent about that, not because I don't think that they can serve, that women can serve. I believe that they can serve, right? But we've always had this innate nature to protect, right?
Right.
And so that's
chivalry. You're talking about chivalry.
Argue, right? But I'm not going to argue if somebody wants to serve. But that wasn't his argument, and it wasn't completely left at that. You know what I mean? But again, he's being put. How many drunk stories can you tell about somebody? And all he can say is smear campaigns. I mean, they said it like 6 times. At least six separate occasions, Tim. So you can take all of the cheating, all that stuff. Okay, whatever. But
it's irrelevant, yeah.
And then you got all these essay allegations. It's just like, at some point, you have to.
I mean, I'm going to tell you, maybe I'm wrong on this, but based on my observations, if you're running to be a Republican politician, I don't think having an essay allegation really hurts you that much at all.
Oh, you're right. And what does that say?
It says it doesn't hurt you.
Because a lot of them have it, including the commander in chief.
Yeah. Here's the way I view it. The liberals tend to think that any woman making an essay allegation is telling the truth. The Republicans tend to think that any woman making an essay allegation is lying for personal gain. And that's the way I see it. If a woman accuses a Republican politician of essay, the first thing they say is this woman is doing it, some liberal don't pay her off, or she's trying to get money. If somebody accuses a left-wing politician of essay, the liberals this person needs to go. I mean, so I think both sides it need to do a little bit more follow through before they just make decisions. But yeah, if you're accusing somebody of essay, you're better off accusing a Democrat.
Well, yeah, because what the Democrats do is if they have somebody that they put up with an allegation and they didn't know about it, they're not having your back on that shit.
True.
Right? They're going to be like, you didn't tell me, and now I'm dealing with it in front of a Senate confirmation.
Yeah.
Hearing. Your ass is out of here.
Well, that's also too because
what happens, right?
Yeah, but that's also too because the Democrats tend to answer. But let me say it this way: the Democrats will give a seat at the table to women's groups and feminists. The Republicans chalk that up as being part of woke culture. They don't have a damn thing to do with the feminists. They have no love for them. So that has a lot to do with that.
And you know what's so crazy about that, Tim? And then I'll drop. But what's so crazy about feminism is like, it's not a bad thing. The right will vilify anything that has to do with equity, inclusion, diversity. That's what they did with DEI. They turned it into a bad thing. During the confirmation hearing, how many times did you hear them say,
my God.
And DEI and woke and this.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, shit. And the funny thing is that when I hear people if you ever want to know MAGA Republicans or disconnected, or anybody for that matter, if they use woke or DEI as a negative, you can tell they haven't read shit. Because if they knew the origin of either one and you break them down, you couldn't possibly, unless you're racist, you couldn't possibly have an issue with those things.
Well, I don't think it's that they do not know the origin of woke and DEI. I think that when woke and DEI was originally created, they were the ones saying it was not necessary even then. I mean, like affirmative action, for instance. There was a time we know when African Americans would not get hired places where women would not get hired places. Even then, you had a large portion of people in this country saying you do not need affirmative action. We do not agree with it. Even though we know up to this point, you could not get a job if you were a woman or a minority. I still do not favor affirmative action. There's always been a resist. I think it's just that they didn't want it.
Well, again, and I agree with you. I was playing one of your roles, Tim. I was just giving them the benefit of the doubt. I was giving them the benefit of the doubt. But I agree with you. I agree with you because affirmative action, DEI, the people that benefited from affirmative action and DEI, which a lot of people don't understand, it was really white women benefited from affirmative action and DEI more than minorities. Yeah. So it's funny to me when I hear a white woman not like either one of them. I'm like, you're reading the wrong shit.
Bro, give us.
I'm like, you're just not connected to the reality. Those things were put in place and they helped you as well. Because guess what? You're a minority as well. But they only look at it between color. They don't look at it between classes. They don't look at it the way they really should. And it's sad because we got to deal with this fuckery for the next 4. And I'm not even going to say 4 years. I'm going to say by the time he's done, there will be damage that he's done to this country that will last well beyond 4 years.
That's a terrible prediction. I hope you're wrong. I got to move it on, Mike. I hope you're wrong, though.
Last thing, I'm going to let you go. Board of Education. Getting rid of the Board of Education will take us down a dark path in this country that we've never seen. We've never seen because getting rid of the Board of Education means they're, quote unquote, handing it back to the states and they'll be able to teach whatever they want in different states.
Yeah. And I do see some validity to that. Mike, thank you.
All right, bro.
Yeah. And I do agree that if you give the states the ability to make their own decisions in regards to what is going to be taught in schools, yeah, there's going to be we know what happened in this country because we started out that way, where the states did have the right to do that. And that's why, in my opinion, at least, what I believe is why history is fucked up the way it is now, is that they taught all kinds of bullshit that was not true or hid things they didn't want you to know about. I mean, that's the reason why that is that way now. So, and that's why I always say, not to go too far down the race category, but I always say, if you are a minority or a person of color that favors states' rights, the only way to make it make sense is to ignore all of history. Because the history of states' rights towards minorities and people of color is terrible. Why would you want to go back to that? Other than you just completely ignore all of the things that happened the first time that we had that type of environment. Looking in the comments, though, the real question is, if Pete DefSec, Defense Secretary, if Pete DefSec, during the riots and Trump told him to shoot the protesters, was it going to follow that order? Damn. Now, Will is saying that let's say you get, because obviously we're talking about Black Lives Matter protesters. Trump would never order anybody to shoot the MAGA protesters. So let's say the Black Lives Matter folks are rioting and looting. He's questioning that if Trump ordered Pete Hegseth to start popping some of the protesters, would he do it? Ooh, that's an interesting question. I don't want to start talking about, civil war, but that would lead to a major problem. That would cause a lot of problems in this country if the president ordered that if we had a protest like Black Lives Matter where they're rioting and looting, because wasn't Trump the one that got on social media and tweeted out when the looting starts, the shooting starts? Didn't he say that on social media? You think about what happened in Minneapolis after George Floyd, or some of these other major cities. Baltimore burned. Ferguson, Missouri had a lot of fires. We know what happened in Portland. Can you imagine the president of the United States ordering that the people in those events be shot and killed? I mean, he's stealing TVs. It's wrong as the days is long. He's setting fire to a CVS. He deserves to die for that? Wow. I think that would lead to a much larger event. That if you started ordering the military to do that, not to mention you would probably cause all kinds of division in the military, because there's going to be a lot of people that are not going to want to follow that order. I mean, you got a 12-year-old that's running out of a Best Buy after throwing a Molotov cocktail or something through the. You want me to kill this kid? I really think that would lead to a lot of division in the military if that happened. And under that type of circumstance, it does open the door for a lot of our adversaries to make a move. I'm not saying invade the United States, but if we are currently so divided, they can do a lot of other things globally that we no longer have the unity to deal with. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Will, that's strong stuff. Hopefully he would never order Pete Hegseth to do that. Or if Pete Hegseth was ordered to do that, hopefully he would go General Milley or somebody and not follow that order. Not follow that order. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, it is possible for a third impeachment. It is possible for other things to happen. So hopefully he wouldn't do that. I mean, that's a terrible order to go around and pop all your own citizens because they're stealing TVs and setting fires. That's bad. Looking in the comments, had to throw that out there since you'll be hearing the same stuff from me to them. Well, me and them. I hope that doesn't happen. I'm just going to say that. External Revenue Service first instituted by George Washington, but didn't happen though. So why are you so mad, black man, says Creed? Mad about what? I don't know if, I guess you're referring to me because it's in the comments. What do I sound mad to you? Let me know if I do. Let me know in what context. I'm asking questions. I don't know about anger. I don't know about that. Because I'm not. I'm not. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, we have no control over whether Trump becomes president or not. He's won the office. A lot of minorities voted Trump in as well, talking about Hispanics. So he won. I mean, it ain't like he cheated this time. He won. So, it is what it is. Let me go back to the box. Dencal, good evening. Welcome to the pro. Is that AJ's rent? AJ, you want to come up? Dencal, good evening.
Hey.
Hey, so what do you think? 5 days. Now I know you're pretty comfortable with us having Trump back in there, right? Trump 2.0. Kind of happy about it?
I wouldn't use the word comfortable.
Uncomfortable?
I would say resigned. I'm resigned to it happening.
Okay.
Because just like you said, we have no control over it. Like, we can't stop it. No matter all of these, no matter if everything we were saying was true, we can't stop it. So I'm concerned.
What concerns you most about Trump 2.0?
Just about the amount of things he's trying to do at the same time.
You're talking Panama, Greenland, and all this other shit.
I mean, all of this stuff. Talking about changing the whole tax code. Talking about the IRS, the internal, the outternal, and like, he's doing too much, man.
Yeah.
In this country, like, we can only take changes in small doses. Like, in this country, like, you can't just get rid of the Department of Education while at the same time, trying to fight, for the Panama Canal, while at the same time trying to deport, 18 million people, while at the same time trying to give police immunity, while at the same time, all of this stuff is too much.
So you're saying he's literally got too much on his plate right now?
He put it all on there. I mean, he had to serve it. He had to serve his spoon.
Yeah.
He just keep on. Every day he got something new to say, and what he gonna do, and it's too much for this country, and he's putting us at a boiling point. No matter how much people say, well, Obama would, he created, all of this clash with the races and stuff. Obama, look, Trump said, "Hold my beer." Let me watch it. You want to talk about pitting people against each other? You want to talk about getting on the Christmas Day and Thanksgiving Day, the messages to all the maniac liberals and like every single.
But keep in mind, they're reporting that an estimated 500,000 folks are going to show up to his inauguration. I mean, there is a lot of love for that guy, though, is there not?
Yes, yeah. I mean, yeah, we understand that. We understand he won, the election, regardless of, whether we understand that, it's because a lot of people didn't show up and where he made advances in certain demographics. Like I get all of that.
Let me say this. I got and I've been a follower of Trump's text messaging for years. 80822, 80810, whatever, you get the text message. I've received probably 10 invites. Now you gotta pay. It ain't, they tell you can enter a contest with, but at least 10 invites talking about coming to the inauguration. Do you think his inauguration might end up being bigger than Obama? Because that's probably the goal, is to say he had the largest one in history. He says his crowd was larger than Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. 500,000 folks. Would that be more than Obama?
No, I don't think. I think Obama. Well, I don't know, but I think Obama had more than 500,000.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he did. Just looking at, I'm not.
I don't know either. Yeah, I don't know either. But I think the goal is to. He definitely.
I think it didn't matter if 10 people was there. He'd still say it was the biggest.
Well, he did say. That's what he said last time with Spicer on TV, and then you see McCarthy do the Saturday Night Live imitation of him talking about how big his inauguration crowd was the first time. But 500,000 people ain't no joke, though, right?
It's Washington D.C. It's politics. It's a lot of people that voted for him. To me, like it doesn't really matter. What's most disturbing to me is that not one sitting president is going to go to his inaugural.
Is that true? Not one?
They're going to go to the inauguration, but not after they have the ball and stuff. Like all of them said, we not going to that shit.
Wow, not even Bush, huh?
Nope.
Oh.
Especially not Bush.
Damn, man. Well, the guy is inflammatory, but he is our president. So what do you think about his picks? So far you've seen Hegseth, like we talked about Hegseth. What do you think?
I'll give you a perspective from look. I was in middle management. I was the chief petty officer, which is on the enlisted side. He was on the officer side.
Okay.
But the problem I have with Pete Hegseth is that now he's going to have to go before all of these people, these generals, these admirals, and
he's gonna be the boss of all of them.
Right. And you gotta, it's not that you can't do it, but you have to be able to earn their respect. And if he goes in there from a perspective of he just gonna do it like what Trump say and not really get down and be talking about military strategy, about manpower, about logistics and stuff like that, he's not going to earn their trust, and they're going to ban against him. Trust me, I know from being in the Chiefs mess, when you get people in there, young guys who, maybe they made it early, maybe they made it in 10 years, and everybody in management is they got 15 to 20 years, and the young dude come in here think he know everything. They're going to, it's not that they can ignore him, but they can sabotage what he's trying to do.
Yeah, they can. That's the same thing with what General Milley did, where he went in, told his Chinese counterpart, "Don't worry, if he tells us to do something crazy, we're not gonna listen." I could certainly see that, where he may order something and they can lie to him and give him bad information to help tailor his orders different, because they know what Trump is going to tell them to do or something like that. So they may say that ain't possible just to lie to him or something like that. I could see that. I could actually see that.
Or they can delay stuff and get stuff outside of the window for it to happen, just the way they did with Trump. Because as soon as he lost the election, he went to the Joint Chiefs and said, "Look, I want to be out of Afghanistan prior to me leaving office." And them generals and stuff, they was like, okay, we'll check on it. And they just waited till it was like it just wasn't feasible to do it, because when you making these military decisions, they got to fall within a certain window for you to be able to actually do them. And I believe that that's a bad thing to be putting on. Look, he can do all of this stuff he talking about or whatever, but just putting somebody in charge of something. Look, it takes skill, it takes knowledge and ability to be able to command 300,000, service members and know the logistics, because they're not going to help you. Them guys is not going to help him when he sit at the table. When he come in there and say, well, okay, well, we're going to talk about manpower and how we got to do stuff. They're going to say, okay, what you want to do? And he's not going to know. And that's my experience, because I've been a part of that kind of bureaucracy in the military. And it's even worse at the level he going.
Yeah, so you can see admirals and and generals in the Joint Chiefs of Staff and things like that looking down on him like you're out of your league essentially. You have no place telling us what to do. Some of these folks have been in the military since you were in diapers. You're talking about that type of environment.
Right. I'm talking about getting behind closed doors, and them military men who have served in wars and who have been the leader of men for 30 years are going to tell him to go fuck himself.
Wow. That's a hell of a divisive environment.
It is. But, I mean, that's my opinion about him. And it goes for all of these other people. Like, they asked the one chick, like, do you really know what your job description is? And she really don't even know. Like, Trump.
So why is Trump making these appointments there?
Because he needs weak people who don't know what they're doing, because he needs to be able to control them all. You can't put competent people in a position and then say, go take out some of the protesters. Like, he knows that won't work.
Do you think he would ever do that, though? Do you think he would actually ever order the military to shoot Americans that are protesting?
Yes, I believe he would. I believe if he said that and somebody gave him the impression that he could do it, he would go forward. See, he's a transactional guy. Like, he floats stuff out there to see, like, if you're going to do it or not. Just like he did with all of the people, he got everybody in the room.
We're talking about shooting other Americans. You really believe he would do that?
Yeah, I mean, why would you say that? Why would you say that if you didn't really, and he's saying them as inquisitive things, but like some of the stuff is so ludicrous. Like, why don't we just use a nuclear bomb to blow up a hurricane? Like, those types of things, man. He's saying it just the way he say, look, can we use disinfectant and all that kind of stuff? And if somebody says to him, yes, he all in. And we already know the sycophants he got around him, the Steve Bannons and the people. Yeah, they're going to be like, yeah, you can do it.
Do you agree with me that if he did order the military to shoot protesters, let's say it was protesters of color or whatever, BLM or whatever, do you agree with me that would really tear this country apart? And the military, by the way, because I don't think some of them.
You saying by him saying it?
No, I'm saying, let's say he orders Pete Hegseth to stop rioting from going on by giving them authorization to shoot protesters. And some people actually carry. Do you see where I'm seeing where that would really basically fracture this country and the military in half?
I don't think that it would fracture the military, because I think that something like that would never happen. Like, just like I said, he's got to take that command from Trump and walk into a room of admirals and, I'm talking about people who have been in service for 40 and 50.
So you don't think they would follow the order?
No, hell no, they ain't gonna do it, because they understand the Constitution. They know what is it, posse comitatus. Like, you can't use the military against American citizens.
Right.
So he would have to figure out a way to justify that. And I just don't see no way around a room full of men that would actually filter that command down to the next level, the next level, and the next level, let alone get to me. And I'm 2 years in, you know what I'm saying? I'm for my country. I'm in the military. And then my commander comes out and tells me, look, we got to put down this riot, and you got the authority, for live fire.
That's crazy.
I'm not about to do that.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Not to mention, it would probably be rioters then that would fire back on the military, and now we really got a mess on our hands.
That would fracture if it got all the way down to that point, but I just can't see it, because it's got to, before something like that is actually executed on the ground level, it would have to go through like 4 or 5 different levels of people saying, okay, yeah, let's do that. Yeah. And I just can't imagine it. If it got through the first level, I couldn't imagine, like, just like I said, like, I would have been one of the people in charge of having, executing that plan from my position as a chief. I can't imagine if my captain came to me and said, "Yo, you know what I'm saying? This what we got to do." Now I ain't gonna say it wouldn't be a couple of chiefs in that room with me that might be Trump and the MAGA people who might be like, yeah. But I just don't see it on the ground level. That's too much.
That's cruel. That's cruel. And I see in the
But
comments.
for us to be even having this conversation lets you know what trouble we in. Because just like you said, all of his picks are going to get all of them. And they dumb as about, they don't know nothing about their jobs. Nobody has led on any type of level like that. And he's sticking these people in there because he wants to have complete control. And they all in those hearings were all with nobody would say anything about disobeying an order.
Yeah, you're talking about loyalists. And I do agree with that. And real quick in the comments, Sheldon Wall says, what if 1,000 people had been killed in the riots? And I will say, if the riots got that bad and that many Americans were dying, I would be in favor of at least stopping the ones that are killing people. Yeah, then it's a different story. But most Black Lives Matter riots, nobody lost their life.
Like how could we get to a point where 1,000 people
that's
are rioting? Yeah, that's like
I don't think we've ever had a riot in U.S. history that many people died. Even the Tulsa, what do they call it, Black Wall Street, where they wrote it in the paper like that was a riot. Even that didn't cause 1,000 deaths. So that's a lot. I don't think that's ever happened.
Yeah, I mean that's a far out hypothetical right
And that's a massacre. That's not a riot. That's a massacre.
If that was the case, yeah, and I was one of the guys, on the ground level, hell yeah, if I see people out here massacring people,
that's
of course,
different.
But that's not what's going to happen. He's talking about people having protests that turn into riots. Like those riots, they literally have like 10 or 15 antagonists out there that cause all of the mayhem.
Yeah.
It just makes it's because there's so many people out there, you just attach everybody to the violence when really it's not that many.
Yeah, during riots, nobody is really trying to deliberately take somebody's life. Now they may throw rocks, which if you hit the wrong way by a rock, you could perish. They may set fires. If you get caught in a fire, you could. But they're not deliberately trying to take like to have a number as high as 1,000. You got to be deliberately trying to kill people. I mean, that's the only way you're gonna get numbers that high. So I don't see that ever coming close to being reality.
Yeah, and so like that. That was one of the things of respect because I had wrote down a couple quick things I wanted to
go ahead
to talk about a word about. What Trump is doing about this flag thing might seem menial to people, but they got to, if they think back to when those generals said that over there in France, that when he wanted to have his parade, he said, "I don't want no disabled vets because nobody wants to see them."
He did say that. Yeah, he did say that too.
Now, back then, all of the people, Trump people, was like, nah, he didn't say that. I don't believe that. Them generals just don't like him and all of that stuff. Now, this is the kind of thing that lets you know his disdain for our history and all of the things that go behind the pageantry of our government and our freedom and all of that stuff. He wants to change everything to benefit him, and he don't care who it offends. And that's the hard part about me just seeing this man as being a president, because the president is supposed to be for everybody.
Yeah.
And to say that when a president dies,
you're not going to let the people mourn
him. We can only mourn him when I ain't the center of attention. Like, this my day, so I get to change.
And I gotta say that because you're right. If he's willing to do this with the flag, there's a good chance that he did say what you're saying. He said in France, because the right was saying that was all liberals making it up. Not because I can tell you for a fact that if anybody had said Trump is going to demand that the flag go up during this night, that's just liberals talking shit. You got TDS. But now that you've seen him do it, if he's doing something as untraditional as you rightfully pointed out, is that you're right. That does show that the current traditions and mechanisms of our history, he don't care. I mean, because why would you do that? I mean, is it that?
Nobody's gonna be sad at his inauguration because the flag is at half-mast. Nobody's gonna be like, "This is such a horrible day," because nobody really cares. I mean, that time is set aside to mourn somebody in everybody's own personal way of how they mourn. It has nothing to do with like what's going on today. And he's worried about the optics and all of that stuff. Like, it's not about that. It's about what you do as president. Nobody's going to like you any more or less because you're observing the traditions of our country that were laid out.
Yeah.
You know,
well, the problem is it may set a precedent too, because once Trump perishes, you're going to have some Trump supporters getting angry with folks that don't want to honor his death, and shit like this can be brought up.
And it's going to be a lot, 77 million people voted for him. But watch what happens when he's gone, or the people who are going to, who he has harmed.
Yep.
Whether he's harmed them mentally, physically, whatever, it's going to be people going to be throwing a party, man.
Yeah.
And that's going to be sad for our country.
I've said that if Trump was to drop dead of a heart attack or some medical condition, at least 10 to 15% of the country would celebrate right now. Like, remember when Obama took out when Obama took out bin Laden and everybody ran in the street, USA? I think at least 10 to 15% of the country would do that right now, because he does have a lot of folks that do not like him.
Right. And so one more thing was about the people that are getting confirmed, and they were talking about the process. And earlier I said, look, there is no more qualified like that.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw you say that.
The way we going, because the reason why you have these things, you have these investigations, you have these confirmations, the whole reason behind them is to find out if you have things in your past that you can be blackmailed for. That's the whole reason behind the whole process of getting vetted, is to see if you got stuff in your past that people could come back and be like, hey, just like they won't mess with you if they find out that you did something even when you was in high school, because there are people.
But let's be clear when it comes to a lot of Republican politicians, because they're gonna love the guy no matter what. You found out that I did something like that with this girl or with that person. Go ahead and say it. They're not gonna give a damn anyway, though. So you really can't blackmail a Republican politician, because the party ain't gonna care about that anyway.
Well, I beg to differ that you can't ask Elon Musk, but yeah.
All right.
If you can use money. And the last thing was the question about the Panama Canal and stuff, and people saying that China owns it. China does not own anything. China owns the two ports on either side of the canal when you go in and out. They run those ports. They don't own the canal. They don't have nothing to do with pricing or none of that. But at the same time, what old boy was telling you is that they can't do a separate pricing just for America. Everybody knows what the cost is for those ships to go through. Everybody knows. It's international knowledge.
I mean, America could do something, pretend for Panama, and they could say lowering the price to pay them back. I mean, they could come up with some, well, they put a base here, or they did this, or they did that, so we owe them money, and we're going to pay them back. I mean, they could come up with some bullshit to make that sound right.
That would be the downfall of Panama as being the owner of the canal, because they would literally, like you were asking earlier, like what could people do, and they wouldn't want to go down around the Horn of Africa. You talking about the rest of the free world, not just a couple countries. But
if you don't go through the Panama Canal, you have to go around the tip of South America. The waters down there are violent, and you're going hundreds of miles out of the way. I don't think they're just going to do that.
They would do it. If it came down to fair pricing on a canal that America don't own, the companies. China ain't
It depends on how much the pricing is. If they give America a 10% discount and they leave everybody else's pricing the same, you think that they'll all go around the South America route?
They're not about to give up. Yes, we are their biggest customer when it comes to going through there. But we don't make up half of their
I don't
traffic
know.
through
Okay,
there.
we
And
may have to agree to disagree on that. I got to move on, but we may have to agree to disagree. I don't think people want to go all the way around South America with the cost of that.
it's
Just to
it's
get,
not as simple as that. It's not as simple as just we just gonna suck it up because it costs more. Because you countries have to. There's an international order out here, and you can't just be saying making shit up and then saying everybody got to go by these rules when we was the ones in America who made up the fucking rules in the first place.
I think that's the way the world's been ran. All right, then, Cal. Hopefully you're right. I got to move it on though.
All right.
Anytime. Thanks. Will G says all Pete has to do is run to daddy when the flag officers are making fun of him and tell them what my daddy said. Now, there is some legitimate. Now, what my last caller was saying, and Dencal is military himself, just like Will, what he was saying is that if the top brass of the military refused to cooperate with Pete Hegseth because of his lack of inexperience, all Pete Hegseth got to do is run to his daddy, meaning President Trump, and tell Trump that they're not working with him. I can. Trump would not be friendly to that. I think there's some validity to that. I don't know what Trump would do, but yeah, if the Joint Chiefs or some admiral or some general was not working with the wishes of Pete Hegseth, which likely are going to come directly from Trump anyway, Pete Hegseth, I think we all can somewhat agree that there's not going to be a lot of independent thinking by way of Pete Hegseth. He's going to be, for the most part, receiving the wishes of Trump. So if they deny Hegseth, they're kind of denying Trump. Wouldn't that be? I mean, he may have some independent thinking on other levels, but I do agree that if Hegseth goes to Trump and says that this person is pushing back or refusing to follow instructions, they got to now deal with Trump. So I do agree, and I agree with my last caller. That's going to cause some problems. A lot of these folks that have devoted their entire lives to the military. You got guys that are 50 and 60, damn near been in there since they were 17. Like, why the hell I got to listen to this dude? I mean, I could see it. I actually could see it happening. I don't know where it's going to go, though. I'm pretty sure there is a chain of command that has to be adhered to. That's why Milley will probably go to jail. Well, I think Trump is going to, I think Biden's going to pardon General Milley. But Sheldon, I do kind of agree with you that if Biden leaves General Milley exposed, yeah, Trump's going to get him. Because General Milley, in my opinion, did not follow the chain of command. I don't necessarily have a problem with what he did because Trump is a radical, but what he did is not legal military-wise. And if Biden does not pardon him over the next few days, yeah, he might go after him. It's a good chance that may happen. I think before I go to the next caller, tap the screen, by the way. See if we can get can we get 15,000 on the likes? Wow. I haven't been soliciting it. Tap the screen, get the likes up. I think Steve Bannon did say that they would be going after Milley. In fact, Steve Bannon gave a laundry list of people that they want to investigate or indict. He had Dr. Fauci on that list. James Comey, the former head of the FBI, was on that list. General Milley was on that list. Liz Cheney, the entire January 6th hearings committee, they want, whether it's Liz Cheney, I don't know if they're talking about Adam Kinzinger, the former congressman from Illinois. He was a Republican. My guess is they'll try to make up some shit on Nancy Pelosi. I don't know. I don't know if they're still after Hillary Clinton. I mean, he had 4 years and he didn't do a damn thing about it the first time, so why go after her again? But I do believe that Milley would certainly be dealing with him. So therefore, they have to listen to Hegseth. No, Sheldon, not necessarily. I think that, like what my last caller was saying, is that you can sabotage Hegseth without Hegseth knowing he's being sabotaged. It's like a chess game. You see that he wants something done a certain way. Maybe you see he wants to move the fleet to this area. He might be doing something that you think is wrong. Tell him something's wrong with the ship. Tell him the time it takes to get there. I mean, there's all kinds of things they can do because his lack of experience probably makes it so he wouldn't even be able to tell what they're doing. You can do things to sabotage what you know he's about to ask you to do. Well, we don't have enough assets in the region to do that, or this is that, or intelligence says. I mean, you can do all kinds of things because he's not experienced enough to probably even foresee what you're doing to him. My opinion. Cash Patel has a list of 60 people he wants to go after. He mentioned it in his book. 60 people. Before I go to the next caller, I'm going to agree with what my last caller, Denkow, said about it is possible that Trump has too much on his plate at once. 60 people, build a wall. You're going out to Panama, trying to buy Greenland. 60, you got 4 years. You only got 4 years. And keep in mind, even with a Republican Congress and Senate, you're going to likely still face resistance, court cases, battles at every level. That shit takes time. Even if you prevail, that stuff takes time. You can't do all that in 4 years. So, yeah, it would not surprise me. Because remember when Trump got elected the last time, he had a Republican Senate and Congress. It wasn't as loyal as the one he got now, but I don't know. I think that might be a good argument to suggest that maybe he's doing too much, or promising at least, to do too much all at once. Continuing on with the program, King Finn, good evening, welcome to the program. Twisted 77, good evening. Are you there?
What's that?
Hey.
Yeah, I'm here.
5 days, you ready?
Oh, I'm absolutely ready. Are you?
I got no other choice. It doesn't matter. He's going to be my president. Listen, I got reservations in some areas. You know, I've talked about the immunity thing and some of the other stuff, but I won't say a good chance. There's a chance he may be a successful president.
No, I think there's more than a chance. I think it's almost a definite.
There's no such thing as I don't know about a definite. I mean,
I said almost. I didn't say it was.
Okay, all right, okay. So you do see Hegseth as qualified?
Sure, why not?
Why not? So, what makes Hegseth qualified in your opinion?
He served in the military.
That's it? So a private good to go? So a private would be good to go?
Was he a private?
No, but you said served in the military. That's it.
Okay. So in the Constitution, what are the qualifications for Secretary of Defense? Are there something there
No.
that he's not qualified for? Okay, then what's the problem?
Well, he doesn't even know a large. Did you see the hearings? Did you see him being asked questions and him not having the answer to stuff?
No, I have a job. I work. I don't get a chance to sit around watching.
All right. Then I'm trying to figure out what makes you think he's so qualified then.
I'm trying to think what makes him not qualified.
He's never led a budget that is the size of the U.S. military. He's been in a managerial position as a major, but just a small contingent of men. I mean, he's just never had this much leadership behind him.
Okay. So you have to have leadership, have to be in the military. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, let me just say it this way. If you think Hegseth is qualified, why the hell was there so much of an outcry that Kamala Harris was not? As you said, the Constitution doesn't say what you got to do.
I never said she wasn't qualified. You'd have to ask somebody who said she wasn't.
So you do believe Kamala Harris was qualified to be president?
Yeah, she was qualified.
Okay, all right.
Doesn't mean she was the best choice, but she was qualified.
Fair enough. I don't know the Hegseth thing.
This Michael the boss. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Sure.
Okay, under Obama, his Secretary of Defense, Ashton B. Carter. You know anything about him? Was he qualified?
I don't remember the hearings. I don't know enough about him to answer that question.
So let me ask Michael the boss in the comments there, because he is always running his damn mouth every time I come up here. Was he qualified? Because he never served. That guy never served in the military. He had a PhD in theoretical physics. Nothing to do with it. But he was qualified. It was cool then. See what I mean?
I would love to be able to go back.
It's always a double standard. It's always a double standard.
Well, I'll tell you if it's always a double standard, as I just pointed out, even though you said you didn't do it, the same folks that are saying Hegseth is qualified, a lot of them were saying Kamala Harris is not. And like I said, Kamala Harris has a lot more of a resume towards being president than Hegseth does of leading the military.
Okay.
So, double standard.
What's the point?
Double standard. What I'm pointing out is there's a double standard the other way, too.
Yeah, that's the whole point, man. It's always it's always this shit. It's the same argument every time. He's not qualified this. He's not qualified that. Somebody's not qualified.
Well, you do
Michael,
have
in the comments. You don't care. He's that racist guy, and I don't like it.
Look, you listen. You're always welcome. You're always welcome on the program here. It doesn't matter.
I know that.
Okay, so don't let the comments get you. Some people ain't gonna like you. Hell, a lot of them don't like me. But you know we're about free speech here, regardless of who you support in terms of politics.
We always try to discuss things in good faith. You know what I mean?
That's the goal. That is the goal. So let me ask you this also. We know there's been a call to ceasefire. Israel, Palestinians, Gaza, ceasefire. Does Biden get credit for that? It happened while Biden is president. Because some folks are saying that Trump should get credit for this.
I think it would have to be a split between them. Because Trump did have a representative at those.
True.
In advising.
True.
And Biden has had a long time to get this done and hasn't done shit.
So let me ask you.
The only underlying factor is that Trump's coming into office and he had somebody there.
Yeah. So I'm gonna ask you the same. I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked the caller earlier. If Kamala Harris or Biden had won to be in office again, do you think this ceasefire would still be happening?
I don't know. I'm going to have to say no. And the only reason I'm going to have to say no is because they've had all this time to get it done and haven't been able to.
So then really Trump is the main reason it's happening, in your opinion? Without Trump, it doesn't get done.
To say otherwise. I don't see anything else changing to say otherwise. You know what I mean? There's no other factors involved.
Let me give you a hypothetical. Because you made a point about, look, they've had all this time and they haven't done it yet. I'll tell you this, because I know Trump has spoken with Netanyahu outside of being a politician, on a friendship level. He can call Netanyahu out even though Biden is president. Folks suggest that when Biden tried to have the wall, at the border secure, Trump squashed that deal because it was politically advantageous for Trump to cancel Biden's border bill. It would not surprise me. Now, I'm just speculating here, so you can correct me, feel free. But it would not surprise me if Trump, behind the scenes, was urging Netanyahu not to agree to any ceasefire yet. I mean, because we saw what happened on the border bill when he talked to Congress and shot down Biden's border bill because it helped him. It would not surprise me with him having so much contact to Netanyahu if he told Netanyahu, not yet. Wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you think Netanyahu would be fine with his own citizens being unalived in order to push Trump's agenda?
I think Netanyahu is fine with a land grab. I think Netanyahu wants to get rid of the Palestinians anyway.
Okay, but again, you're okay. You think he would be okay?
They're not dying
with his own citizens. What?
They're not. They're winning. They've been kicking ass ever since October 7th. The Israelis are not in any danger. It's all offensive. Since that event where they lost 1,000-some people on October 7th, they've been kicking ass ever since that day. They're not in danger in Israel. They're doing fine.
Well, they're always in danger.
They're on the offensive for the last year plus. They're not losing many people in Israel. If you live in Israel, you are far more in danger if you live in Gaza or Syria or Lebanon. They're kicking ass. So I think that Benjamin Netanyahu was fine. Look, we can let this go on forever.
Let's go on with your line of thinking there.
Sure.
If they were always kicking ass, taking names, they got nothing to worry about, then why would those people in Palestine keep attacking them? And this isn't the first time. It's not the fifth time. It's not even the 100th time. They do this all the time. If they're so powerful in that respect, why do those people in Palestine keep doing this?
There's always going to be an attack that slips through the cracks. I mean, America's the most powerful country on earth. We have terrorist events in this country. Yet nobody would deny that we're more powerful than any country in the Middle East. Yet they got us on 9/11. Occasionally, something slips through the cracks.
I'm not talking about something slipping through the cracks. I'm talking about, why would Palestine keep attacking somebody if they're going to get it handed to them every single time it happens?
You can say the same thing about ISIS. You can say the same thing about ISIS and Al Qaeda.
But we're not talking about ISIS. We're talking about Palestine and Israel. This is a conflict.
Because people are passionate about what they believe in. That's why I brought up ISIS.
Passionate.
Yeah, the same way ISIS. There's a lot of comparison that you don't want to entertain. People believe that they're being mistreated. They know they're going up against a juggernaut, but yet they're going to keep doing it because they believe they're being mistreated.
Okay, but you just said that they're safe in Israel. There's nothing's going to happen to them. Well, that's not the case, because stuff always happens to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to worry about that.
Since October 7th, Israel's been kicking ass. You don't agree with that?
Yes, since October, sure. Since October 7th, sure.
Yeah.
But what happens when they stop? Without a ceasefire in place, without a peace agreement in place, what's going to happen when they stop? They're going to start right back up.
No, if Israel stops, if Israel implements a ceasefire or whatever, yeah, you're gonna have some zealots still that want to attack. I mean, they don't kill so many people among the Palestinians. There's gonna be some angry folk that I don't care what ceasefire you have, somebody's gonna want blood. So, and once they may hit one or two people, but then Israel's gonna wipe that person out again.
And again, and the cycle starts over. So you're never really safe if you have a neighbor that's willing to attack you at any given time. Are you ever going to really feel safe there? No.
That's the same argument I gave you about ISIS and Al Qaeda. It's never going to end.
Well, hopefully one day it will.
No, it won't.
But for now, for this moment, it did.
Yeah.
And let's face it, that would be the second time that Trump had gone into the Middle East and secured peace.
I don't think Trump is securing peace. I mean, by saying all hell is going to break loose, and he's talking about doing it to Hamas, not Israel. He ain't securing peace. He's just making threats.
Well, okay. Well, if I threaten you, you stop attacking. That's peace, isn't it? If nobody's attacking anybody, that's peace, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how you achieve it.
All right. I hear what you're saying. I don't know if I totally agree with it, but I can't disagree.
We could say the same thing about World War II ending. How did we achieve peace with Japan? We didn't do it by having a little chit-chat with them now, did we?
No, we damn near wiped them out, which is what I think Israel was doing to the Palestinians. It ain't Trump, it's Israel, which is why when Trump talked about all hell's going to break loose, I'm thinking like, what can he possibly do to the people of the Palestinian people or Hamas that Israel's not already doing? I mean, all hell's going to break loose. It's already broke loose. The Gaza's a parking lot.
Is if they wanted to wipe it off the map, they could. Even Israel could if it felt like it. You know that as well as I.
Right now, Gaza per capita represents the largest number of children amputees in the world. It ain't a parking lot. It's not wiped off the map. It's pretty fucking close. People are literally dying of starvation. It's pretty close. It's like Mad Max.
Listen, I'm not saying you're wrong, but if Israel wanted to carpet bomb Palestine, it certainly could.
Shit, someone said they already are. I mean, they bombing refugee centers and shit.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. But I'm saying, if they really wanted to wipe them out, they could.
Yeah.
They're not doing that, but they could.
Well, you could wipe someone out without making it clear you want to wipe them out, which is what I think Israel was on their way to doing.
And not in this day and age. Maybe 50 years ago. Not in this day and age.
Yeah,
there's too many people watching everything.
Yeah, and the people that are watching are saying exactly that. The people that are watching that war are saying that's exactly. They're accusing Netanyahu of genocide. They are saying he's doing it.
Well, that's not everybody. That's the whole point. It's always going to be an argument
about our allies. I think the United States. out of all of our allies, I think the United States is the only country that is saying, keep going, Israel. I don't think there's a single ally from, I mean, how many of our allies have closed embassies and stopped doing business with Israel? Most of our allies, I'm talking about NATO member nations, are looking at Israel like, you're going way too far. So he can't even, Netanyahu cannot even travel in a lot of countries right now. Friendly countries.
So you're wait. So you're saying that we're the only country saying keep going, right?
Say that again.
You said we're the only country saying keep going, right?
I don't know any other one. Yeah.
Okay. Under whose administration?
Under Biden's administration. That's what it happened under.
There you go.
I don't think it's not going to end under Trump.
We just did.
Well, it ended under Biden. It didn't end under Trump. Trump's not in there yet. It ended under Biden.
But you just said, listen to what you said to me. You said Biden was the one telling them to keep going, and then Trump's over there saying it's going to stop.
No, Trump also, no. There is no quote. Trump also said that Netanyahu should finish the job. He was saying the same thing.
Well, did he say that? Is that what he said the other day?
Well,
Biden's saying it's all hell's going to break loose if it don't stop.
Biden has been calling for a ceasefire for months.
Well, obviously he had done a job.
Well, he did it now.
Did he though?
It happened under his watch.
The only factor that was different was the fact that Trump's coming into office. Trump said those words, and Trump sent somebody over there to help them out. That's the only factor that are different.
It happened.
You have to admit that.
I get what you're saying, but at the end, I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, it happened under Biden's watch. We don't know how long Biden has been working behind the scenes to get a ceasefire. Maybe it's just culminating now.
Maybe without knowing the particulars of it, I can only go by what I know, and that's the only underlying factors that have changed is Trump.
Well, I can say I feel this with confidence. I don't think Trump was going to go against Netanyahu any more than Biden is. In fact, I think Trump would be more pro Netanyahu than Biden.
Well, I don't know that. We can speculate on what could have happened if this didn't happen, but I don't know that. You don't know that either. We're just speculating.
Yeah.
We only know what did happen.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that, but like I said, it happened under Biden's watch. So there's no way we can give Trump credit for the ceasefire and ignore Biden when Trump is not even president yet.
And I said that in the beginning. I give them both credit.
Okay. But you also said if Trump didn't get reelected, the ceasefire wouldn't be happening.
I said that, yes.
Okay.
But again, that's a speculation.
Yeah. It's speculative. I'm giving you a little shit. I actually probably more likely to agree with you on that. I actually do think that if Trump was not in the mix, I don't think the ceasefire. I don't think Netanyahu has a lot of respect for the Liberal Party. I really do think that it's probably more or less what you're saying, that Trump. But I also, as I told you before, I think that Trump may be using his powers for bad. Meaning that I would not be surprised if Trump deliberately asked Netanyahu, continue, have your fun, don't stop it just yet. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened either.
Well, sure, you can say that, but without any proof, you're just, again, speculating.
True. All right, fair enough.
And I don't like to speculate on what I don't know. You know what I mean?
Well, we got to.
I don't like to sit there and go, well, he could have done this, but if I don't have any evidence to say one thing or another, why would I say that?
Well, you know what kind of person Trump is. I mean, I mentioned the border bill. Trump claims that these folks are coming over here and raping and murdering everybody. Yet, when the border bill was presented to secure the border, he chose to shoot the border bill down, allowing a whole bunch of unknown rapists and murderers to keep coming into the country because he claims, well, they were sending money to Ukraine. If these folks are as dangerous as you say, why would you shoot down a bill that would have secured the border?
Well, first off, I don't think it would have secured the border at all. But that's beside the point. You're making it sound like Trump was in there, standing in the house, telling them right there, don't sign this. But he didn't do that.
You're telling me Trump is not the reason the border bill got shot down?
I'm saying I have no evidence to say that.
Come
One way or
on,
another.
you get. I believe one of the Republicans that authored the border bill stated it himself that he received a phone call and was told directly, if you help Biden secure the border, your career's over with.
Who is this now?
I think
I'd like
it's
I'm
from
sitting at my
Oklahoma.
computer, so I'd like to look this up to see that he actually said that.
All right, let me see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure if somebody saw it, if somebody knows the name of the guy, I believe it was a guy in Oklahoma. I'd look it up. But it was the guy who authored the border bill. Well, King Finn said it was Lindsey Graham. King Finn said, I don't know. I don't think I remember it being Lindsey Graham, but he said it was Lindsey Graham. Langford. That's the guy. Langford is the one that said that. I hate to be typing it on a live show, but I'm just going to see if you help Biden with the border. He actually said that.
I think it's important to fact check these things.
Yeah, I agree. But the idea that you don't think Trump had anything to do with the border bill being canceled is shocking because everybody says that.
Just because people say it don't mean it's true.
Yeah, but I believe I'm just trying to see.
I know a host of people. I know a host of people tell me the Earth is flat. Does that mean it's true?
No, it doesn't. All right.
You know what I tell them? I tell them you're idiots.
Yeah. Well. All right. Fair enough. Fair. I do.
Because somebody says something doesn't mean it's true.
Okay. Well, this one here, I think is. I don't think there's many people that disagree. You're the first person I've heard so far, even on the right, suggest that Trump is not possibly not responsible for killing Biden's border bill. I think everybody kind of has accepted that to be the Earth is flat. I mean, the Earth is round type knowledge. Everybody believes that. You're the first person I've heard question that.
Because I question everything.
All right.
Because just because somebody says something doesn't mean I believe it's true.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, I got to move on. I'll see if I can find it. I'm trying to read comments and everything like that. Trying to find it in real time right now. But I'm pretty sure this happened. Next time we talk, I'll cover it. Appreciate you coming through, Twisted.
Talk to you later.
You too. All right, looking at the comments. I don't think Trump is interested in serving just 4 years. And I think his main goal is to trash the Constitution to a pulp so he can do more bullshit. Will, that's something they've been saying about Trump ever since he came on the scene, is that he's going to try to be a dictator and stay in office forever. I guess the only bright side to things is he's so old that if he does do that, he ain't gonna be around for long. But I don't know. I hope that's wrong. But we've been hearing that ever since Trump came on the scene, is that he's going to try to stay around forever. Like I said, all I can say is I hope you're wrong on that. But one thing we can all say for sure is he does not give a damn about tradition. Hopefully, it's the tradition he trashes is not the Constitution as you're stating. But what he's doing with the flag at half mast shows you that he does. I mean, I don't know. To me, it's petty. Nobody's being harmed by raising the flag back up, but I don't know. He's supposed to be a patriotic person that loves America. How can you complain about an athlete taking a knee during the anthem or somebody burning the flag, but you do that when we're mourning the loss of a president? How is that not equally as disrespectful to the country, to the office? I'm just simply saying we can see he's talked about giving flag burners a year in prison. He's talked about how horrible it is for an athlete to take a knee during the national anthem. But he is going to raise the flag during the morning, while we're mourning the death of a president. How is that any different? Other than I'm okay when Trump does this, but I'm not okay when you guys do that. That's all I see. Because I'm damn certain that if Obama, Hillary, or Biden did the exact same thing that Trump is doing, MAGA would go apeshit. I've heard MAGA criticize Obama for not wearing a flag lapel, or the liberals for having a debate where the flag was not in clear sight on the stage. But it's okay when he does that. If that's not a double standard, I don't know one that is. You can constantly see when someone does something with the flag that's wrong, but then you overlook that. That is a double standard in my opinion. I don't see any other way to call it. You're noticing missing flag lapels. You're noticing there's no flag behind the Democrats when they debate. You notice when Obama got off Marine One, he didn't salute somebody. You're noticing when an athlete takes a knee when the flag is up. But you're going to let him do this and he gets no criticism? How does that work? Other than I love him and I don't give a shit about those other guys. Tell me how that does not work any other way. Because like I said, we know damn well that if those other guys had did what Trump is doing in reference to Jimmy Carter, they would have criticized the hell out of him for doing it. You can love Trump without ignoring a clear double standard. That is one, by the way. The more I've fact checked, the better and the realer. Fact checking is something we should all do because, like I mentioned earlier, I had a viewer that I talked to on the side, a MAGA viewer, sent me a clip where I can't think of the guy's first name. His last name is Santiago, but he is a Hispanic, obviously, and I think they're trying to say he's an illegal immigrant, and they're blaming him for setting all 5 fires in California. And I told her, the MAGA viewer, I'm like, if this is true, you would have heard this for more than a Instagram post. You're telling me this guy has set 5 fires in California? Literally, he's literally the worst arsonist in U.S. history, and you're not hearing this from any news source other than your Instagram post? Like I said, there's no way this is true. And of course, I fact checked it, and there's sites online that says that's false. But this is how people get killed too. And Mike, Mike in the comments. Oh my God, you know a lot, Mike. But yes, it literally said that Santiago. I'm like, what? So that was one of the things she sent me. She sent me another one that was also equally like that. I can't think of the other one, but I'm like, where are you getting this stuff from? What was the other one? Damn, I wanted to run it by you folks. It'll come to mind in a minute, but blaming this immigrant for all 5 fires in California, I'm like, that's the kind of shit that get people killed. That is the kind of stuff right there that gets people killed. I want to compare the Austin hearing, and now I bet there is a huge difference. What do you mean the Austin? Okay, I want to compare the Austin hearing, and now I bet there's a huge difference. I don't quite understand that, Will. Real quick in the comments, Trump is the only one that openly wants a riot to break out and declare martial law and suspend the Constitution. Has Biden ever done anything like that? MAGA ain't shit, says Will. Now I don't know. You think that Trump wants a constitution? I mean, or better yet, you think Trump wants a riot so he can suspend the Constitution? I don't know if I've seen an example of that. But I do know his effort to walk across the street and hold the Bible upside down was something similar. I mean, many folks saw that as something similar. So I'll just say this. Regardless of what type of president Trump ends up being, we know it won't be a traditional one. We know, I think we've had enough evidence now to know that Trump does not view American tradition the way the other presidents and politicians has. We know that. Does that mean he can't still give us a good economy and secure the border? No, he can still be an effective president, but we know that he will break tradition at will. I don't think that's up for debate anymore. Dennis Calhoun says Jared Kushner called Gaza beachfront property. They have no love for the Palestinians in the Trump administration. I think that's safe to say. I mean, we know Trump started out talking about a complete and total ban of all Muslims entering the country. I don't think the Muslim community believes that Trump favors them at all. I can say that. Finally, an intelligent caller, repair and support. That is Twisted 77. We always enjoy. Like I said, I'm a big fan of speaking to MAGA. I don't get a lot of them to call through TikTok, which is why you generally find me when I'm not on my own show on other shows featuring MAGA. It's usually me against at least four or five other Republicans. I don't generally even debate with liberals. So it is what it is, but I can't, this is what we have. This is what I work with. The more live fact checking, the better and the realer. I don't disagree with that, Will. No one is American when he is American. Wait. No one is American when he is America. Don't quite understand that. Fuck the people. He is the United States, and you don't talk to the United States that way. Google it. No one is American when he is America. F the people, he is the United States, and you don't talk to the United States that way. Google. What is that referring to? Is that a quote? Is that a quote? Lloyd, okay, you said Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense, is hearing and now. Oh, now you're going over my head with that. Let me go back to the box. I love watching you debate. Tammy Green, appreciate that. Yeah, you'll find me generally debating with MAGA. That's generally where I go. I prefer speaking with MAGA. I just like to hear the other side. King Finn, good evening. And I don't talk down and guess. You guys know how I run the program. So MAGA's always welcome.
Yeah, you gotta put that disclaimer in there before I get on, huh?
What do you
already
mean?
know I'm finna fry somebody's fucking head. That last dude's a fucking joke. Take your cowboy ass and sit down, man. I like think like that no more, man.
Give me, what did he say that you believe people don't think like no more?
Everything that came out of his damn mouth. What are you talking about? Everything that came out of his mouth was a hawk of shit. Dude, people like that are the reason why other countries hate us. That's the exact reason.
I don't get it. What did he say that was that bad? What did he say that was that bad?
The exuberance of white privilege. The reason that the Trump administration don't give a damn about Gaza is they want to go build another golf course over there.
Damn.
If you gave a damn about those people and you make this shit stop, and it wouldn't matter what it took and how long it took. That's a piece of shit type dude, bro. Ain't no way in hell. And you're right. Biden should have took his ass over there a long time ago and shut that shit down. That shit is completely fucked up. Because we wouldn't like it if there was another country, if Mexico was bombing the hell out of us all the time. Or if we were bombing the hell out of Mexico, that shit wouldn't be right. Period, point blank, it ain't right. Neither side is right. We should have shut the shit down a long time ago. The reason other people from other countries don't like us is because the exuberance of white privilege. Like, we are supposed to be the moral, fucking capable country that's supposed to have moral fabric, and we elect some ignorant, pompous, windbag motherfucker like Trump to office. He is not moral. He's nowhere near a leader. And anybody who follows him is just as such. It's disgusting what's going on right now.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on.
Hell no.
Hold on. And by the way, JP.
Go ahead. Push back.
I gotta push back. JPT Farms, thank you for the hat and mustache. Yeah, appreciate the support. You start talking about Trump or better yet, Trump supporters have to be all these negative descriptions. What about they just wanted a good fucking economy? Do they don't have to be racist or privileged?
See, don't you understand? That's the problem. Because for them, it all comes down to their fucking pocketbooks. Damn the fact that we can't feed the hungry, clothe the fucking homeless, get our veterans off the street who from fucking Vietnam. We're talking about veterans are dying in the streets. Every day another veteran dies in the street here in America. But your dollar bill, your dollar gas, and your damn eggs is so fucking important. Now, I'm not saying those are important. What I'm saying to you is it not sickening to you to walk down the street and see a whole bunch of homeless people? Yeah. We can't keep the drug companies from lowering our drugs for drugs that are really actually killing us. The drugs are actually killing us. There are forever drugs that
I will say this, and regardless of who's president, Trump, Biden, Kamala Harris, you name it, we are a capitalist country, and we don't give a damn about the poor in this country. So I'm not gonna blame all that on Trump. We all only care about ourselves.
I'm not gonna blame all that on Trump neither. But the problem with it is the MAGA The cult of MAGA is the problem because they're fucking futurizing this shit. They're pushing this shit straight to the forefront. Walking around believing in that gaseous windbag who they think is gonna, because that's why they believe he's gonna bring down the price of eggs. Because Daddy Trump said he gonna do it.
You don't give him. You don't give him any.
Gas.
You don't give him any credit at all for what took place during his first presidency. No. I mean, when he was president the last time, people favored the economy. Was it?
I don't give my 13-year-old credit for washing the dishes. I give him an allowance. I don't get paid. I don't get paid to work every day. I get what's called a paycheck.
True.
He's not my God. You just showed a picture. You showing a picture right now. My man's standing in front of a church holding the Bible backwards and upside down. And they praise him like he's Orange Jesus. It's disgusting.
Well, a lot of people believe
This is the guy that they want to go in front of everybody and say, I'm the moral statement of the country. I'm the leader of the quote unquote free world. We look like fools. Every time he go out there and say something, we look like a bunch of damn dummies. And that's how they're going to remember us. History is going to show us as the race, the generation of people who somehow let some gaseous windbag of a person sit in the Oval Office and take over America and run it straight into the fucking ground.
Now I hear now while you're talking, Damien H in the comments says TDS, talking about Trump derangement syndrome, says you're disgusting. See what you did to this caller. What did I do to the caller? He says, see what you did to the caller. What did I do?
No, he didn't do it. I got it because I wanted to make sure you understood. The program is about free speech.
True.
This is my free speech.
True.
Period, point blank.
Yeah,
if Trump was to call me to his office, tomorrow, I'd say the same thing right to his old orange ass face.
You wouldn't, and
especially
I see
with that fucked up haircut.
And I see Bandito says caller is absolutely correct. You wouldn't respect the office though? You gonna say that to the president of the United States? Huh?
Why do we gotta respect the office? The office don't respect himself.
You know what you're talking about?
Look, wait, no. The office didn't respect the office before he became the office. The office didn't respect the office after he became the office. Hell, the office has ran on disrespecting the fucking offense. The office. Are you kidding me?
That's a good pushback.
Down the escalator, he has been dogging Obama.
Yeah, that's a good pushback.
He dogged Biden.
Yeah, I gotta say, I can't argue with that. That's a good pushback. Trump has not respected the office of president when other people were in the office either. So yeah. Shit. But I will say this: when you talked about speaking to Trump like that in his face, it reminded me of a video that was once floating around featuring. It was a MAGA supporter, a Trump supporter. He was wearing a MAGA hat. And Biden was willing to talk to the guy and even put the MAGA hat on and sign it for the guy. And that guy was just trashing Biden, calling him sleepy. And I mean, just treated him like an asshole. Like the president of the United States is willing to sign your hat, which increases the value of it. Can you imagine having a MAGA hat that's signed by Biden? Historically, how much that would be worth? I mean, this guy's doing all this for you and you treating him like shit. I'm like, wow.
Well, see, on the flip side of that, if I had a MAGA hat signed by Trump, I'd probably burn it.
No.
Yes. I'd throw it in a trash basket and burn it. Matter of fact, I would burn it in front of Trump to make sure he knew that.
Why do you hate him so much?
That's what I feel about.
Why do you hate him so much?
It's not that I hate him. You have to understand. I came up through the Reagan years. I grew up through that, bro.
It sounds like hate to me. You telling me you don't hate Trump? You don't hate Trump?
No, I don't hate him. I hate what he stands for. He stands for Kens and Karens all over the world.
Kens, I know what a Karen is. What is a Ken? Is just a male version of it?
That's right. Because that's what he is, a Ken. A male Karen walking around in a diaper talking shit.
What makes you suggest that Trump stands for Karens? What has he done to make you say that?
You don't see anything. What else is he doing? I'm confused. What else are you seeing? Him bullying these people him bullying those two countries, Mexico and Canada, in the quote unquote lowering their rates. Him trying to bully Panama. into quote unquote lowering their rates for the ships coming through. That's some Karen shit. I want to speak to the manager. That's all I heard.
What
I want to
if
speak
him,
to the
but
manager.
what if the things he's promising though leads to cheaper goods and services for us Americans? You want a good economy, right?
You know what I want? I want the country to be ran like it's supposed to be ran. If that means he does that, if that means if we return to establishment politics where I don't have to worry about my president being on Twitter, I don't have to worry about my president being part of an echelon society that's trying to take over the damn world. I don't have to worry about my president saying some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard on TV. I don't have to worry about my president constantly being on TV and tweeting things all the time, then that would be fine. But that's not what's happening.
Well, wait a minute, I would tell you this. As much as Trump get online and say ridiculous shit or inflammatory shit, I'll tell you, one of the reasons why he got reelected and won is likely because people do favor a politician that gets out there and talks to the people. Even if he ain't always telling the truth. The fact is, unlike Biden, Trump held rallies even while he was president. He's all on social media. Everybody from Rogan on down, he gets out there and he talks to the people. Is that not something you would want from a leader to come out and talk to us?
Well, let's see here. It depends because that first statement you made, even when he's not telling the truth, Trump does 95% lies and 5% truth.
95%? You really think he's that dishonest?
Hell yeah.
Damn.
I didn't know that woman. Wait, hold on. I didn't know that woman. No, I knew her. Wait, I didn't know that woman. I didn't know she was. I didn't know. We didn't sign an NDA. Yeah, we signed an NDA. No, I didn't sign no NDA. Well, yeah, I did sign an NDA. You can drink bleach. You can.
He didn't say that. He did not say the bleach thing.
Yeah, the fuck he did.
No, he did. No, he didn't. No, he questioned. No,
stop playing. He said
he didn't say that. No, he did not.
Come on, man.
I can play it for you, King. He talked about disinfectant. First of all, he never even used the word bleach at all. He said disinfectant.
The idea that he would tell us to inject disinfectants is completely disgusting.
Well,
if you don't know what you're talking about, let the person who does know what they're talking about talk. You should not be up on stage running your mouth about some shit that you don't know about. That's like me running my mouth
in
about
less
about
than
energy
3 years.
Probably
We know almost nothing about
well,
it.
he just merely questioned whether it might be effective, and he was just trying to say to people. He wanted to know if.
Ain't that a question he could ask his advisors?
Yeah, but he wanted to let the people know in public that he was trying to.
No. You just answered the question. That was a yes or no question? Is that not something that he should have asked his advisors before he jumped his orange ass up on stage and said, you can inject this, you could possibly inject disinfectants. There are people who have used lights and then scurried over to Camp David and took a damn shot of horse tranquilizer.
And Mike, I see you in the comments. He ain't making it easy. How about this? Let's hear what he actually said. Let's just hear what he said, and we'll take it from there. I'm pretty sure he didn't say nothing about bleach, though.
Great country can be a part of our economy.
You are thinking of
but we know who they are.
Hang on a second. Before there's some
it's
running in the
different
background. Hang on a second. That's what it is.
May I remind you?
Okay. All right. He didn't say. I don't believe he said anything about bleach, though. But I'll play it and we'll listen to it.
So, a question that probably some of you are thinking of if you're totally into that world, which I find to be very interesting. So, supposing we hit the body with a tremendous, whether it's ultraviolet or just very powerful light, and I think you said that hasn't been checked, but you're going to test it. And then I said, supposing you brought the light inside the body, which you can do either through the skin or in some other way. And I think you said you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting. Right, and then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that. So that you're going to have to use medical doctors with. But it sounds interesting to me.
Okay.
So we'll see, but the whole concept of the light, the way it goes in
Is that that not a president that cares about his people and was wondering what he could do to help?
No, he's trying to save his ass in that clip. Are you serious?
How is he trying to save his
He's
ass?
trying to save his ass.
He sounds like he's trying to save the
Because he
American
know he
people.
fucked up.
How is he trying to
I
save
don't
his own
think so.
ass?
I don't think so. I think he knew that he fucked up after he threw that book out. And he took 3-4 months later to actually say something about the fact that there was a COVID and that the shit was real. And all of that bullshit he said before was hogwash.
Okay.
Now he trying to see, now he's sitting up trying to save his ass.
It's-
You can inject light.
It sounds to
You can
me
inject
like
ultraviolet
it
light.
sounds to me like King that he realized people were dying. We needed to do something, and he was trying to come up with some potentially reasonable solutions that
Then
they didn't come out that
and
way.
get the damn playbook that Obama left you. Go back and go get the playbook that Obama left you. Because Obama left you a norovirus playbook just in case this shit happens years before your ass got in office. He wrote the playbook and then he gave you Dr. Fauci. And you discredited Dr. Fauci, and you put a whole bunch of clowns up on stage right after Dr. Fauci and had people saying, kill Fauci. Fauci don't know what he's talking about. The funny part about that is that Trump don't neither. Now, if Fauci didn't know what he was talking about, how the hell do you think Trump does? And these damn maggots still believe it.
Maggots.
They still believe the hype. They still believe it.
All right, King.
He killed most of your granddaddies and grandpappies. He unalived them folks. And y'all still want to roll with him. Roll with him if you want to. Okay?
And to conclude our conversation, once again, you do not hate Trump, correct?
Oh, no, I don't hate him. I just can't wait till you get the orange jumpsuit to match your skin.
That ain't ever going to happen. You do realize that, right?
It might, but I can always pray, can't I?
Yeah, good luck with that. That's like thoughts and prayers after a mass shooting. Good luck. I got to move it on. Good luck with that. All right, King.
Peace.
Good talk. Wow, King always comes through with the smoke. So, you know what they always say, do you want the smoke? Anytime I bring King up, I know it's going to be hazy in here. Look in the comments, though, why you hate him. You don't like him. Listen, there's reasons to like Trump. There's reasons to not like him. He doesn't like him. It's also funny, MAGA now wants to respect the office when they literally trashed it the last 4 years. And now we're supposed to look, I can't disagree with that. My last caller rightfully pointed that out, is that it is a good pushback for anybody who's defending Trump to talk or criticize anybody that's not respecting the office when Trump is president, knowing that, yeah, Trump did not respect the office of president for his predecessor or his successor. His predecessor being Obama, his successor being Biden. We often hear the phrase, they didn't give Trump a chance from day one. Trump didn't give Obama or Biden a chance from day one. So, you know, I've said this before in the program. It is one of the things I've said, one of the things I've observed and seen is that it is true that a lot of things that Trump accused people of doing to him, if you look in his past, he's done that same thing or something similar like that to somebody else. So, you know, karma, I don't know. Maybe because weaponized justice system, for instance. You know, or Biden was trying to lock him up. Well, he was making fun and indicated he was going to lock up Hillary Clinton. And his supporters were in favor of that. Just like they're in favor of him talking about potentially locking up people now. But when it was happening to him, it was wrong. So I do agree that a lot of things that Trump suggests that were wrongfully done to him, he has a past of doing that to somebody else. So in a beast transformer, and when he say transformer, he means transgender community. This is Ed. Ed never disappoints. He says, so in a beast transformer, bad mental and physical health, being in charge of public health doesn't make us look like dummies. And they talk bad about RFK. Well, you're basically, so in a beast transgender, he calls them transformers. This isn't exactly Optimus Prime. You know, I don't know, okay, if the individual that's in charge of mental health is transgender, I don't know what that has to do with it. But Ed G's point is, if you are transgender, you are mentally ill. A lot of folks on the right believe that if you are transgender, some people even believe being gay is a mental illness. So I don't submit to that theory. I don't believe that, but I do understand the argument where he's making because I've heard people say this before. So he says that so if an obese transformer, bad mental and physical health, being in charge of public health doesn't make us look like dummies. Then so in other words, if you're willing to promote a transgender individual, which he believes simply having that means you're mentally ill and you're physically unhealthy because you're obese, if you're willing to put that person in charge of public health, how the hell can you complain about RFK? That's what he's saying. I'll leave it at that. I know probably half of my audience, I probably got a lot of people in the audience that agree with him on that. I don't believe that a transgender person is mentally ill. I don't buy into that notion, but a lot of people do. So I'll leave it at that. What is it? Call the alphabet bunch. Is that what you LGBTQ? They call them the alphabet. Okay, all right. Trans is expressionary. It's like religion is expressionary. One is proven by science, the other is mythology. Which one is proven by science and which one is mythology? I don't think religion is proven by science. I guess you're saying that's mythology? And transgender is proven by science? I'd like to clear that up, Joseph. Let me know. Let me go back to the box. I heard a leprechaun riding a unicorn set the fires. Mike, I don't know. I heard it was a illegal immigrant. Somebody, Santiago. I cannot remember what the other thing she sent me was. Damn, I wanted to point it out. She sent me two things, and first thing I'm like, you must be on some really far right sites to get this stuff. Because this stuff should be national. Oh, you know what it was? Portland, Oregon sent, according to this article, or according to this individual, it's an individual on Instagram, claiming that Portland, Oregon sent like 300 fire trucks down to California intending to help put out the fire. So they were getting some extra trucks and extra firemen to help. And the state of California would not allow the trucks to be put into operation because they hadn't passed the Californians smog inspection. You know, they have a smog inspection out in California because of all of the filth in the air. And if your vehicle doesn't pass smog inspection, you can't drive it. And she had someone on Instagram that was saying that hundreds of trucks coming out of the Portland Fire Department were turned back because they had not passed a smog inspection. Now, I knew right off the bat, like, why? You're talking about something that is detrimental to the maintenance of life and property. They're losing property and lives in California. You're not going to put a smog inspection in the way of that. It just sounded wrong. And once again, I fact checked it. I could not find that one, though. I could not find where anybody's fact checked that. Maybe it's a new rumor. But the fact that, well, I did find one thing. I did find an article where the fire marshal of Portland came out and said that ain't true. I did find that, but I didn't find like a Snopes or something like that where they fact checked it. But the idea that there's a fire going on and thousands of people are being, losing their homes and every damn thing. Dozens of people are being killed, and they're going to stop assisted vehicles from assisting because of a smog inspection. That made no sense at all. And like I said, I don't know where she's getting this stuff from. Obviously, far right sites that are looking to trash the politicians of California. And I pointed out. Anyway, looking in the comments, it was crazy to see that, though. Why can't we touch on the white privilege pass? It was being up with your last caller. What do you mean? Why can't we touch on the white privilege pass? It was being brought up. White privilege, we touch on it. We do touch on that quite often when it's something relevant. What are you, in regards to what? Let me know. Why did the insurance, they're saying they're not going to insure the places that are in the fight? Well, the insurance companies, I'll go to the box after this. And by the way, tap the screen. Can we get the 25,000 on the likes? Might be a bit much to ask this late, but tap the screen, get the likes up. And smash that like button on YouTube. If you guys enjoy this type of dialogue, we do this Monday through Friday for my newer viewers. Feel free to drop your boy a subscription. Doesn't cost you a damn thing. Helps out the algorithm. We are MAGA friendly. Always have been, always will be, even though most of my callers seem to be liberal most of the damn time. But we don't run from MAGA viewers. We don't try to change what you have to say. We don't shorten your time, any of that. You can challenge us on any damn thing that comes down the pipe. So understand this is a MAGA friendly program as well. So if you favor this type of dialogue, left of Bernie Sanders all the way to I'm having dinner with Q, we let everybody speak, then you're in the right place. Feel free to follow the program or subscribe on YouTube. Like I said, I thought the California thing was crazy. And Mike, you definitely hit it on the head. It was definitely said like that. So it is what it is. If they would do it to me, they would do it to you. Now look at you, y'all next. Ooh. Let me go back to the box. Top Dog, one of my subscribers. Good evening, Top Dog. Say it ain't your choice. You was here, but put here because God, and you here now. Don't mess that up, people. Huh? Top Dog, good evening.
What's up, Tim?
Not much at all, man. 5 days, we're almost down to 4 days as midnight approaches. How you feeling? Trump is only, 4 or 5 days away. You feeling good?
Nah, I ain't feeling too good. I really ain't thinking about it too much, Tim. I voted for Harris. I've been I've been subscribed about 6-7 months to your program.
Thank you.
No, I'm not even really thinking about it too much, Tim. We know it's going to be a big circus again. Like you just said about 10 minutes ago.
What about the potential of a successful circus, though? You think that even though it'll be chaotic, Trump likes to stoke the fire, but do you think it's possible he might actually be an effective, successful president?
Well, to me, it's the last term. He got so much bullshit, it outweighs the good shit, Tim. You know what I mean? Like now he's coming in the door talking about changing the Gulf of Mexico, going to Greenland. What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about?
Well, the Greenland thing could have some hidden benefits in it for America. I don't know what the Gulf of America. I don't know what the purpose of that is. I really don't.
That's just like anybody that want to come in, they want to conquer things. They want to start taking over things that they don't really need to. And that's what they're showing right now.
Wow.
They want to come in and take over countries.
Yeah, I had a viewer claim that he had colonizer mentality when he was talking about the Gulf of Mexico is ours, and I don't understand that. I just don't.
Like the caller said, I agree with the caller 100% on that. That's what I'm thinking. What are you talking about taking over Greenland or even trying to take Greenland? Or like I said, just what are we talking about here, Tim?
Well, apparently, though, Trump is not the first.
I told my MAGA supporter, one of my good Army friends, I told him this. Why are we not talking about taking care of the veterans? Let's get the money out of Ukraine. You guys crying about Ukraine, right? All the money about going, to Ukraine. Let's get the money from Ukraine. Let's help the veterans. Let's help the homeless. Why are we not talking about that? That was the thing they talked about.
Yeah, that to me, helping the homeless is a talking point. At the end of the day, nobody gives a damn about the homeless. In the comments, Craig Halpin says conquer. It's simply renaming it in regards to the Gulf. We're not conquering it. We're renaming it. Well, Trump did say it's ours, though. So he did say something that sounds more like conquering. He said the Gulf is ours. And also too, even just renaming it, how much money does it cost to do that? There are ships and maps and shops and docks. Everything is named the Gulf. The Gulf of Mexico is written everywhere. What would be the goal? What would be the purpose of renaming it?
Then that's what I don't understand, Tim. Or like you said, like your other caller said, it's to colonize things, to put everything. It's us. We're controlling everything.
Yeah.
Trump feels right now, and and I understand why he feels the way he feels that I can do what the hell I want to do. I got the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court. Right now, we can do what we want to do. Who's going to stop us?
And I definitely think that there may be some of that. I mean, certainly with him feeling like he has a mandate and winning by the way he did, I could certainly see where he feels like he's on top of the world. Tire Swing says, I want a stable economy, but not through domination. So you do see Trump. You also see Trump, Top Dog, as trying to be dominant globally.
Of course. That's just his nature. He don't know how to do it. What they say, strength through peace. Well, he don't know how to have peace through strength. Just be peaceful. He want to come in, dominate, and what I'm going to do to the Middle East, if we don't release the hostages by the time I come in, this is that. Trump, those people over there, Tim,
in the Middle East, they're not scared of Trump. They don't sit around in their room and think about, oh, Trump's gonna do this to us. Oh, man, we don't give a damn about him.
I don't know about that. I don't know about
No,
that.
that's where I feel. They're not sitting around, oh, which we're not gonna do something because of Trump. We're gonna do what we want to do like they've been doing.
I don't know if I feel confident about that. It depends on where in the Middle East you're talking about, but we do know if the U.S. wants the Middle East to exist in a certain way, we can tailor the Middle East in all sorts of ways. We can play games with the Middle East like a Rubik's cube. So I don't know if they all feel. I mean, they see what happened to Saddam Hussein. At one point, he was one of the most powerful leaders in the Middle East, and look where he's at now. So I don't know if I agree with that.
I mean, yeah, well, Saddam was one of them, but Saddam didn't have the power that he thought he had. The people thought he had
Because of us.
because Saddam was doing a lot of bluffing over there. You know what I mean? He did a lot of bluffing what he had. He bluffed like he had weapons of mass destruction. He didn't have one.
Yeah.
He did a lot of bluffing. But let's talk about this, Tim. Let's talk about the ceasefire. They trying to say, well, it's Trump's fault or it's Biden's. You got to give all credit to Biden. Well, how do we know Biden didn't want to get this done before he stepped out of office? That was his plan. How about that?
Yeah. So then I ask you the question I've been asking everybody else. If Trump had not won, let's say Biden got reelected, or let's say Kamala Harris won, do you think the ceasefire would be happening right now?
I would say yes. I'm gonna tell you why. Because Israel been whooping their ass, Tim. This is not no ceasefire where Israel's coming to the table and saying, "Hey man, we need to stop this. We lose it." No, we've been whooping y'all ass for 2 years. We kind of tired now. We giving up now. We can go ahead and do a ceasefire. It is what we did. What we wanted to do to y'all.
But I gotta say, it does come at a mighty convenient time, suspiciously right after Trump stated that if those hostages ain't back in our hands by the time I get in office, all hell's gonna break loose. And here it is, 4 days or so before he gets in office, and suddenly hostages are getting released. You don't see no potential coincidence in that?
Not at all. All I see is Biden told his team, "Hey, I want to get this settled before I get out of office. Make it happen."
Why
So
would
his team, Trump might have sent his people over there too. They were just being nosy. You know what I mean? Biden told his team, "Hey, I want to make sure this done before I get out of office." It's the same thing I think Jimmy Carter did when he got out of office. He made sure the hostages got released. Same thing.
and he died getting no credit for that.
Well, that's fine. But he did what I thought was right at the time to get the hostages released before I get out of office. And that's what he's doing.
Well, yeah, because they give Reagan credit for releasing
I'm
those
not
hostages.
I'm not gonna give Trump credit. It's the same thing what MAGA did. Then, the first 2 times, Trump's first, his first term, it was Obama. No, we'll give him credit for that, but he got to take COVID too, right? We'll give him the first 2 years.
Yeah. Listen. I'll give. Listen. I will. Hold on. I will entertain for certain the first few years of Trump's term in the economy, but you are 100% right. His handling of COVID is dismal. I will never buy into the notion that Trump did the best he could with COVID. No, his management of the pandemic was terrible. So I'm willing to point out some good, but I don't ignore the bad as well.
Well, the reason why his COVID response was terrible, it's real simple, Tim, why it was terrible, why he showed so bad for that during the COVID. Because he doesn't listen. Stop, open your damn, like moms tell us as a kid, stop running your mouth and open your ears a little bit. Trump think he knows everything. Like your last call, how you going to tell Fauci about, like he don't know what the hell he talking about?
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. And you're right. And that was my issue, is that let's say, for instance, Fauci did not know what he was talking about. Then get him off of the COVID task force. The fact that you're going on television, letting Fauci give instructions like social distance or wash your groceries or wear a mask, and you're standing beside him looking like you're in unison with him. Then at night you're at rallies letting them yell out, "Fire Dr. Fauci," and then you're back in unison with Fauci on TV the next day. His messaging was terrible. I mean, I definitely got to give Trump some blame on that. If you don't think Fauci know what he's doing, then get rid of Fauci. You can put him back on an HIV task force or something like that. You don't leave him out there if you think he don't know what he's doing, because that makes you look incompetent. And now they're talking about potentially going after Fauci.
I mean, that just shows you right there. Why would you go out? Well, he can do what he wanted to do. There's no reason to go after Fauci. Fauci did what he was supposed to do. As a matter of fact, he still didn't fire. Fauci's still in office right now, right? He's not retired right now, correct?
Will you say that again?
What is Fauci now? He's still in all. He's not retired right now, is he?
I think he's about to leave. I mean, Fauci's like 80 something though. He ain't gonna be around.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If he was so bad, somebody would have fired him by now, Tim.
I don't think they can. I don't think you can. I don't think Trump had the ability to fire him. That's why I say reappoint him.
No, Tim. Hold on, Tim. When you're the president of the United States, he probably cannot fire him directly, but he can put so much pressure over there where Fauci's going to leave or put him over AIDS, HIV, or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said. Put him over the HIV task force or something like. He could have taken him off of COVID. There's no reason to be on TV with this dude, letting him give instructions to the American people if you don't think he know what he's doing. And oddly enough, MAGA doesn't give Trump any backlash at all for what looks like terrible mismanagement. If this guy don't know what he's doing, then you gotta hold Trump accountable for letting him be on TV all this and being on TV with him. By the way, I mean there's no excuse for that.
Well, the reason why he didn't let him go, why Trump didn't let him go, because Trump didn't have nothing better. He didn't have nothing better to replace him. That's why he didn't get rid of him.
Shit, use Ben Carlson. I mean, serious. You got Ben Carson over housing and urban development. Let him do something medically related.
Well, you know how Trump's look at black men. He don't look at black men as very intelligent like that. You know, like he told Byron Donalds. Well, yeah, Byron Donalds. Oh, he's one of the good ones down there. Yeah, he's one of the good ones. Yeah, he's one of the good ones over there. Yeah, he's one of the good ones.
You really think that Trump looks down on black people?
Well, look at his cabinet right now. You tell me, look at his cabinet right now. People he's nominated.
It's a little flesh colored, yeah.
No, it ain't no flesh colored nothing, Tim. Look at it. Ain't no flesh. It ain't none of that. You know why he haven't hired any black people? Because he feel like blacks they're not qualified enough. I mean, and that's the way he feel.
Well, I mean, there's not a lot of. Hold on, let me try. Let me make the effort. First of all, Trump leans right. He's a Republican. He's a conservative, at least in name only, but he's a conservative. So if you are looking for qualified African Americans to put on your cabinet amongst conservatives, there's not going to be a lot of options. There's not a lot of black conservatives out there.
Yeah, it is, Tim. It's two good options. Tim Scott, Byron Donalds. You got two right there. What are they not qualified for, Tim? Name something they're not qualified for.
Well, Tim Scott has a position already.
You think he wouldn't get bumped up to the administration?
Yeah.
Leave his Senate seat to get bumped up to the to an office? Come on, Tim. So you know why Byron Donalds and Tim Scott are looking real. They outside on the front porch out there trying to get in. They at the White House knocking at the door trying to get in and very upset that they can't get in. And I'm gonna say this. Byron Scott and Byron Donalds, they did so much defending for Trump during the campaign. He should give them something.
I agree. I mean, I do agree.
They went to bat. They stood up against. Hey, they took a lot in, and they didn't get nothing. They didn't even get They didn't get nothing. Nothing. Yeah. He gave Vic Ramaswamy something, and he just came on the scene 2 years ago.
Yeah, I do agree that he should have certainly gave him a little bit more acknowledgement than he did. I don't have any defense for that. I mean, like,
you know why, Tim?
I don't know why. Tell me why. Tell me what I'm missing.
Their skin tone. Their skin tone. That's why he don't have any blacks in his administration right now. I think he nominated one guy for Secretary of Housing, HUD or something. Some guy from Texas, I believe, he nominated.
Well, let me give you what Chad is saying in the comments. Chad disagrees. Chad says that's untrue. Scarlett, he says I'm MAGA and I love everyone. I also support Biden, even though I didn't vote for him because he is our president. It's not all hate over here. So he's disagreeing with you that MAGA has this issue with black folks and people of color.
Well, I'm not going to say the voters. I'm talking about the administration.
Okay.
I'm not going to say the voters are racist, which we already kind of, you know how we lean. Not all of them. We know where they lean. The racist ones, we know what side they lean on. I'm not going to say that. But the administration, they know what they doing up there. We stacking the deck with our people. We know what we doing. Mm. We know what we doing.
So if you believe they're stacking the deck and things like that, do you think that people of color will be negatively affected in any way, shape, or form from the Trump administration?
Yeah, I believe that it's reminding me going back to the George Floyd era. It's gonna go back to this, the racism starting to come back out again. The same thing, the same thing we try to get away from with Trump. He's bringing it all back again. Now he's doing it now because he have no repercussions. I have nobody I have to listen to. So now when I'm a Democrat. When they come with this, oh, Trump's doing this, I'm like Bill Maher. I don't want to hear that shit. Trump's doing this. I don't want to hear it. You guys did all this shit, and this man still made it up there. So anything the Democrats talk about, we're going to get him on this. I don't want to hear that shit.
So your point is, hey, you voted for him. This is what you get.
Oh, yeah, you damn right. You damn right. This is what y'all wanted. Y'all seen the difference. Y'all wanted this guy right here. You guys wanted to go back. Like he said, make America great again, which is going back. Okay, well, this is what you for to deal with. Okay, once again, like I'm explaining to you, I told my partner, Tim, I'm here in Oklahoma City. Gas prices is cheap right now. Yeah. Diesel under like $3 right now. So what is Trump going to do different? He's going to lower the gas prices? Probably not. Lower the food prices? Probably not.
He said $2. He going to get gas down to $2.
Shit, they're already down to $2, Tim. What are you talking about?
$2 a gallon, really?
It's in the $2. I'm not going to say it's actually $2 on the money.
I'm expecting $2,000 with Trump.
Oh shit! Come on, Tim. Oh, he fools you. Oh, you drinking the Kool-Aid too, huh, Tim?
Well, no. I'm just simply saying the man ran on bringing down gas prices and the price of groceries and shit like that, and the price of eggs. Either you do it or you failed. I don't want to hear any excuse. Either he does it or he does not.
And he's already walking it back now, saying that he might not be able to change things that he thought he was going to be able to do.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, me personally. If he does it, I'm going to be on here singing the praises of Trump. If he does not, I'm going to be criticizing him. That's how I started the live criticizing Biden 3 years ago. I'm going to be criticizing him. If he's fair, I don't want to hear the excuses. Either you do what you promised or you don't. I mean, as simple as that. The excuses ain't going to make it.
Hey, well, this is what Trump has in his favor. Hey, this is my second term. So if I don't get it done, guess what? Hey, I tried.
Well, yeah, but it's a little bit more. It's a little bit more than that. If he starts failing, first of all, he could get trounced in the midterms. He's had experience of losing in the midterms. So his second half of his term could suck. If he loses in the midterms in the Senate and Congress, or one or the other goes blue, the remaining 2 years, he ain't gonna get hardly anything done. They may stop the wall in the middle of it being built. So he needs to deliver. All of this shit about you only got to worry about one term. No, you need to do what you promised, because there is a midterm in the middle of this shit.
I mean, yeah, that's true. But I don't think he's worried about the midterm, Tim. I think he's riding out the next 4 years. I'm good. I can do what I want to do these next 4 years.
Well,
if it passes, he passes. If it don't, it don't. But at the end of the day, guess what? I'm good.
Well, he is a free man, so there is some validity to what you're saying. I got to move it on, but yeah, he is good for all sakes and purposes.
Okay, thank you, Tim. We'll talk tomorrow. Hey, Tim, ask you a question real quick.
Sure.
Why'd you stop doing your lives around like 1 p.m. in the daytime?
Family obligations. I'm gonna be back to doing that probably around probably around March. But family obligations, things I had to do around the house that took that time. And I missed it because I had a whole lot more viewers and shit during that time slot. Because everybody knew when I would be on.
Right. I've been looking for you around that time. Okay, Tim, thank you. Should I hit you tomorrow?
All right, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. All right, moving on with the program. Yeah, we'll end up getting back to that time slot, 1 to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday is when we, for a few years we did that. And then I had a family obligation kick in, so I'm trying to get that time slot back in a couple of months. People thinking presidents control prices are funny. Well, tire swing, you can't constantly run in regards to bashing Biden on the price of eggs and all this shit. And then once the helm is placed in Trump's hands, well, presidents don't really control pricing. You've ran a campaign for years bashing Biden for the cost of eggs and all this shit. So clearly you're indicating that he is the reason you're paying so much for groceries. He is the reason people voted for Trump, because Trump indicated he could bring down the price of groceries. Now that it's time for Trump to put up or shut up, well, I'm really not the one that brings down groceries. No, you're not going to be able to use that shit. You're not going to be able to use that. You ran on doing this. Just like Trump ran on bringing down inner city crime. He can't do that, but he did run on it. I want to say this, because I get this from a lot of my MAGA viewers. suggesting that you as a voter should be smart enough to know what a president can and cannot do. Like when he promised to give police immunity. Well, you can't do that. You should be smart enough to know. Two things. First of all, when Beto O'Rourke said, "You're damn right, I'm going to take away your AR-15s," I didn't hear the right saying, "Well, you know a governor can't take away the Second Amendment." No, you held him accountable for it. Whether he can or cannot do it doesn't matter. It's in his heart to do it. So if it comes up for a vote, you know what side of the aisle he's going to be on. That was enough not to vote for Beto O'Rourke. Well, if Trump is talking about doing something that you don't like, even if he can or cannot, you know what's in his heart to do it. That's it. Oh, and then secondary, for folks who say, well, you should be savvy enough to know what a president can and cannot do, my pushback is always, why doesn't he know what he can and cannot do? If I should know he can't do it, shouldn't he also? I mean, at the end of the day, he's running for the office. Why is he making promises to do things that you're claiming he can't do? Does he not know the scope of his own office? And then, of course, the conversation usually ends around there. But I'm just simply saying that I don't see anything wrong with holding a politician accountable for the worst that's coming out of their mouth, even if they can't do it. If the president, mayor, governor, if they say they're going to do something, you don't get to excuse, in my opinion, you shouldn't be excused simply because you can't do it. At the very least, you should be held accountable for saying you can do something that you should have knew you couldn't do. So I don't buy it that you ignore it because the person can't do it. He informed us, what is it? He informed us of the armor of the heavens. It protects us. Okay, I don't know where to go with that. Yeah, I'm not MAGA. He can do it. Yeah, well, in regards to bringing down inner city crime, I don't see how the president can do that. Not if you got the guy constantly talking about how much he favors states' rights. Then how are you going to bring down crime in Chicago somewhere? If you're talking about states' rights, I mean, if the governor of Illinois and the mayor of Chicago do not want you interfering with what's going on in their city, and you believe in states' rights, how do you bring down crime in Chicago? We already know that the city of Chicago is not going to be very fond of Trump, period. Trump hasn't said anything but negative shit about Chicago since he's been a politician. They're not going to work with him. So how is he going to promise to bring down inner city crime? I don't think he can do it. I really don't. Real quick in the comments. Half of the time it is a misunderstanding. It's not that we're perfect beings. The intention is always good. You're all more inclined on the demons path. Okay. Why is there somebody in my comments is constantly talking about demons and shit? All right, let me move it on. I don't know what to do with that. Before I move it on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. I played this yesterday. I did want to play this clip again. This is Bill Maher. I thought some of you folks didn't hear this from yesterday. Bill Maher, of HBO fame, the comedian. Now he leans left, but he's always criticizing the woke left. You'll see Bill Maher get covered on a whole lot of right-wing platforms. Fox News, Greg Gutfeld talks about him a lot because he often points out the flaws of the far-left progressives and the woke left. Here is a clip of Bill Maher being interviewed by his friend Stephen A. Smith on the Stephen A. Smith show. They both go on each other's podcasts, but talking about the fact that people hear him criticizing the left so much, they're starting to think that Bill Maher may be a Republican. I want you to hear Bill Maher's response to that.
But I've joined your party. I've joined your party.
Yeah, but old school liberal, yes. I mean, that's, I think, what I always was and always will be. As I say in the special, the people who are saying, oh, you're a Republican now. No, I'm not a Republican, and I never will be a Republican for all the reasons I haven't been. They're too religious. They're fiscal hypocrites who think it's awful when America spends money it doesn't have, except when they're in office. And then it's always perfectly okay. They're in denial about racism. They're in denial about the environment. They're always blaming the underprivileged when they should be blaming the overprivileged. And then they added to that shitty mixtape, they don't believe in democracy anymore. And they threw their lot in with a sociopath named Donald Trump, who thinks that elections only count when they win. So they have a sizable lead in being the more threatening party, I think, to this country. But that doesn't mean I'm going to hold my tongue about.
So, and he's going to continue talking about the woke left, is what he said. MAGA reacts. Now, do you agree with Bill Maher? Did you hear what Bill Maher just said?
99% agree with him. I think he's pretty right on a lot of stuff, except he's just got a bone with the Trump where he just hates Trump no matter what.
But what about no, you said 99%. What about the notion that he said the Republicans are in denial on climate change, denial on race? They're okay with fiscal spending when it's their turn. They don't believe in elections unless they win. How do you take that?
Okay, as far as being denial, the way I see it is we're not in denial about climate change. We just don't think the solutions the Democrats are putting out there are the right ones. I think a good economy will lead to people being more conscious of the environment and upgrading their houses to getting LEDs.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Be good on the environment when you have money in your pocket.
When Trump was in office, folks were suggesting we had a really good economy and we had money in our pocket. I don't see anybody doing what you're talking about they would do. They didn't do it when Trump was in office the first time.
I did. I invested a bunch of money. I changed all my lights to LED. I did. When I had money, first thing I did was upgrade my house and got all the latest and cleanest shit. New fridge that runs better on electricity. New stove that uses half.
That's baffling because Trump normally criticizes all of that shit. Windmills cause cancer, and I mean, he criticizes all the stuff you're talking about. Even the light bulbs.
No, those solutions suck, but some solutions work. Like LED lights, 100% the way to go. Like if you get an LED instead of a regular light bulb, switch it over. If you still have a regular light bulb, go LED.
Didn't Trump criticize?
Some stuff works. Some stuff is a waste of time. Like wind is a waste of time.
Didn't Trump? But wait a minute. Didn't Trump criticize the light bulbs too?
No, I don't remember him ever saying anything about light bulbs.
Okay, I thought
I don't see how.
I mean, I think
the opposite.
Go ahead, say that again.
I think the opposite. Right? I think he was one of the things he mentioned how little electricity they use and how good they are.
Okay, all right.
It's the one thing that really saved us with the environment. And guess who's going to spend more money on better light bulbs? People with money in their pocket.
A light bulb doesn't. Wait. A light bulb doesn't cost much.
What's up?
You don't need a lot of money in your pocket to buy light bulbs.
Yeah, but why would you buy a new light bulb when the old one's working fine? Even though the old one costs you triple electricity. It would cost you more than the new light bulb would cost you in electricity. It's just laziness and just being motivated, and when you have money in your pocket, you want to upgrade your house.
I brought back the old light bulb.
Okay, I want you to hear something. Since we're talking about light bulbs, this is your boy, huh?
How I'm wrong.
I don't know if you're wrong or not. I haven't heard this, but it looks like it's worthy of listening to. Here's your boy.
I brought back the old light bulb. Better light for much less money if you want it. Right? Little thing. Somebody said, "Oh, sir, don't mention the light bulb." It's hard to make an elegant speech. I'm saying I brought back the light bulb. So the new light bulb costs you 5 times as much, and it makes you look orange. And I was more interested in the orange than I was in the cost. But I'm also approving new dishwashers that give you more water so you can actually wash and rinse your dishes without having to do it 10 times. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
It's almost over.
Anybody have a new dishwasher? I'm sorry for that. It's worthless. We won't talk about toilets, but that's okay.
And this dude is going to save us money and incentivize people to do things that are in favor of climate change. He sounds like he wants to bring back the 1950s.
He wants to give you the option. You can do either way.
He didn't get the option. He's bashing all of the climate change saving devices. He's bashing everything.
Again, he says that you have the option to do either. What I said still is fact. Like, when you have money in your pocket, you could care about the environment. When you're broke, environment is not on the list of.
Why are you going to care about the environment when the president is telling you all the environmental devices are awful?
That's not what he said. He says you have the option to either buy the old stuff if you like the old stuff, or buy the new stuff if you prefer the new stuff.
He's not talking about options.
Wait, in your pocket, you can't buy either.
MAGA reacts. He's not talking about options. He's talking about the new shit sucks. He said the new shit.
He said they're banning the old shit, and I gave you the option to buy the old shit or the new shit. He didn't say anything about banning the new light bulb. He says now you have the option to buy the old shit or the new shit.
Which one does he make? Which one does he make sound like it's better? The old shit or the new shit?
He's old and he prefers the old shit, but he doesn't say anything bad about the new shit. Okay. Well, he does say bad shit about the new shit.
But yet you think this dude.
You have the option. That's the important part.
But yet you think this dude who is giving speeches like this, once he fixes the economy, people are going to be incentivized to buy energy-saving devices. With him talking about all the energy-saving devices are a piece of shit.
Again, when you got money in your pocket, you can buy whatever you like, and that's when people care about people who care about the environment are not poor people. It's people who got money. And anytime I was more conscious of let me get what's better for the environment is when I had money in my pocket where I could afford it. Okay. I'm not going to replace the light bulb when I'm broke, but I'm going to replace and get that better LED light bulb when I have money in my pocket.
Okay. Right. And it's 3 times the price of everything, right?
I think they're cheaper. I
mean, everything he says about energy saving or modern technology is bad. Before Elon Musk came along, he was trashing the electric car and the lithium batteries the same way he's doing this. In fact, is there any form of alternative energy or energy saving devices that he speaks positively of? We know he talked about windmills, lithium batteries. I don't know what he said about wind, but I bet it ain't positive. I mean, has he favored anything at all that would benefit the environment?
Like, I have 2 EVs. I'm thinking about getting a solar roof.
That ain't what I'm asking. I'm talking about him.
What I'm getting to is that there's pros and cons to all these things, and I have EVs, but I think they're bad for the environment. I think my 2 electric cars are horrible for the environment. They're the most wasteful, heaviest, most inefficient things on earth. But we have to invest money into them because they're not going to get better if we don't put money into them.
True, and that's the point. You can't compare a modern-day electric vehicle that is in its infancy to a gas-powered fossil fuel vehicle that's had 100 years of R&D behind it. You got to get e-vehicles a little bit of a chance. I mean, that's like going back and comparing a nice, beautiful cordless phone with a rubber antenna to a big-ass Motorola phone in a bag that when they use the cell phones. I mean, like, get a cell phone a chance to develop a little bit. I mean, if you give e-vehicles a chance to develop, the batteries are going to get lighter, the cars are going to get lighter, the range is going to get longer, but you're comparing it to something that's got 100 years of research and development behind it, and you're expecting it to be there immediately.
The difference is Trump's just pointing out these things instead of telling you these things are better than what you have. They're not better, but he's just pointing out the negatives, but...
Any positives?
That's all he's doing.
Any positives?
Like I said, hopefully with development they get better, or we find something better. I think, again, I think a good economy will lead to innovation.
I'm asking you. But I'm asking you, has Trump said anything positive about any alternative energy or global relation device at all?
I mean, he didn't. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't want a list of things he said like you do.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking you that. Okay.
Make your own decision.
Yeah. The reason why I'm asking you that is because if there is money to be set aside to further the research and development of the electric vehicle, as you're talking about, or wind generation, any of this stuff, it's going to come by way of him. And if he's making it clear he hates everything, you're not going to get anything.
All he's saying, he's not gonna force you to switch, especially when the new
No.
shit isn't there yet.
He's saying more than that, MAGA. He's saying that he don't
He's
like.
gonna get rid of the electric car
I didn't
mandate.
say nothing about him getting rid.
Cars.
I didn't say nothing about him getting rid of it. I'm talking about if you want to advance these technologies, you often need global subsidies to help come up with to invent and test this stuff and make it better. And if you're going to get access to those government subsidies, it's going to be a guy like him that's going to approve the money. But if he's constantly saying negative shit about all this stuff, you think you're going to get any extra money from him?
Well, this is why I'm pro like having two sides, because I depend on the Democrats to fight for that shit. I depend on Republicans to counter them when they go too crazy. That's why we need both sides. That's why like I try to tell these Democrats what they're doing wrong, so they don't become like. What if the Democratic Party disappears after Trump because they're just garbage and they never learn their lesson?
Oh my God!
I don't want that world.
Democratic Party. When you look at the principles of the
each other with its balance.
When you look at the principles of the Democratic Party, it's not going to disappear after Trump. I mean, pro-choice. You believe in common sense gun legislation or tuition loan forgiveness or universal health care. That's not going to disappear because of Trump. Because I can tell you one thing, people are always going to want the health care system to get better. And under Trump, it did not. A minimum wage increase there, people are always going to want that. So you're not going to get rid of the Democratic Party or their principles because of Trump. In fact, you'll probably strengthen that. Because he's not going to do anything to help you out in those areas. If you want a minimum wage increase, you're not going to get anything like that from Trump. If you want universal health care or you want tuition loan forgiveness or common sense gun law, you're not going to get any of that from Trump. So it's only going to strengthen your resolve to defeat him when you get a chance.
Like, I don't really depend on the left for those things. I don't think some of those, like I told you, I fought with you against minimal wage a million times. I don't think it works. I don't think there's a point to it. You don't work for minimum wage. I don't work for minimum wage. If you increase minimum wage, it's not going to increase my salary.
So you believe minimum wage should stay? So you believe minimum wage should never be raised?
I don't think it's worthless at this day and age. There's too much knowledge out there. There's too much opportunity out there. If you're working for minimum wage, then you're either.
So I repeat the question. So I repeat the question. You should never raise minimum wage ever.
Not federally. If you want to do it on a local city level, because businesses are taking advantage of their workers, if people are need it, then yeah. But I really don't think there's any need for it because wages are going to balance themselves out. And like I said, just because you raise the bottom, it's not going to. If you increase minimum wage in Florida to $17 or $18 an hour, all my employees are still getting paid $20. You could raise it, unless you raise it more than $20, then I'll be forced to do that. But
yeah, but the problem is those are your employees. There's a lot of employees out there that are not making $17 an hour. They're making closer to $7. That's why they're raising it.
Again, as long as they're getting paid more than minimum wage, raising minimum wage is not going to do shit. And here in Florida where it's needed, McDonald's pays like 15 or 17. Everybody pays more than $7.
Yeah, but the only reason why they're paying those wages now is because they had to incentivize people to come back to work after the pandemic. If you go and look at the wages around America before the pandemic, they weren't paying those really. You weren't making $17 an hour at a fast food restaurant. It was closer to like 8 or 9. They weren't paying that kind of money. They had to do that to get people to come back to work.
It depends where too. Like that's the other thing. Minimum wage has to be set city by city, like I told you before. Yeah. Like you can't set a federal minimum wage when you have a country this big.
I don't disagree with. I mean, I'm okay with doing it statewide, but just like we're seeing now, if you don't set a federal minimum wage, you'll have some states out there that'll never raise it at all. I mean, right now you got states out there that have not raised minimum wage in like 10, 15, 20 years. It's been the same for that long, even though the price of goods and services keep going up.
Because people don't care. Because if people were all working for minimum wage, they would be complaining about it.
They do care.
Everyone gets paid more than minimum wage.
Like I said, before the pandemic, they were not. And the reason why they care is because of what I said before. Like
inflation. Inflation will also adjust for, like, if you increase the minimum wage, you're also most likely increase inflation, and it's going to become the new minimum wage, whatever you reset.
I don't
Like,
I
it's going to
don't
be
buy
worse.
that. I don't buy that because, like I said, if you look at the wages during the Trump administration before the pandemic, there were people out there working for $7, $8, $9 an hour. Those wages were, because I took a picture. In fact, I actually saw a Walmart that was, talking about we're hiring and their starting wage was like $8 an hour or something like that. I took a picture like that only a few years ago.
But you also realize before Biden, $8 an hour was worth about 20% more. That 20% inflation lowered the $8 by 20%.
I don't care what it was worth.
Everybody increased their wages because of inflation too.
No, I'll tell you this. Let me tell you this. When I used to work for Burger King back in 1988, I was making $3.80 an hour. And when you look at when Trump took office during his great economy, when people were making $7 and $8 an hour at Burger King during his first few years, I could do a lot more with my $3.80 an hour back in 1988 than you could do with the minimum wage under Trump. And the problem is the minimum wage has stayed the same for so damn long that a child of today, and I'm not talking about some person trying to live off minimum wage, I'm talking about a high school burger flipper person. I could buy a lot more at my 16 years of age in 1988 than a person at 16 years of age in 2017 under Trump. You can barely afford a haircut and shit like that. I mean, the minimum wage should have been moving. This is what happens when they do what you say and they don't move it, is that the same people working the same job cannot afford anywhere near as much as I could have back in the 80s.
No, I understand, but that's more of a problem of inflation than minimum wage. Like, if you stay on top of the economy and you keep inflation low, you would have that would mean
you're not going to keep inflation.
Keeping minimum wage.
No. You're not going to keep inflation low enough to justify keeping minimum wage the same for 20 years. You're not going to keep inflation that low. And it wasn't that low under Trump.
Then you're going to have to keep increasing. Then you have to keep increasing minimum wage with inflation.
That's what every free world country that's what every first world country around the world does, is they keep increasing minimum wage with inflation. Everybody else does that. I don't know why we don't.
I mean, I'll go to the same argument as trans people. Like, how many people does this affect? How many people are actually working for minimum wage? And where are they working and why? And then if they're all being abused and they're all unhappy, then yeah, let's raise the minimum wage. But if there's very little people working for minimum wage and no one's complaining because they're all making way more than minimum wage, then why raise the minimum wage?
If you look at the Trump presidency, when did he take office? January 2017. I say from 2017 to 2019, your question, how many people are working for minimum wage, the answer would have been a lot. There was a lot of people working. Now, because under Biden, a lot of people started raising minimum wage, and of course the pandemic. Wait, if you look at what minimum wage has been for the last 20 years, starting with, say, George Bush Sr., or even George Bush Jr. George Bush Jr. took office in 2000. So if you look at from 2000 till 2025, you'll notice that the biggest increase in minimum wage took place under the Biden administration. The wages just shot up. But if you look at what they were under George W. Bush for 8 years, even Barack Obama and Trump, you'll notice that it was some increase, but it was very slight. Under Biden, the minimum wage shot up. Now you got people working in fast food restaurants making $17 an hour. They were making half of that when you look at some of the other presidents.
Inflation. That's inflation. That's 20% inflation. What do you expect to happen?
It's more than inflation. It's the fact that they had to get them back to work after the pandemic. But I'll give you the last word. I got to move on.
I have a whole list of things I never even got to talk about.
That's how we do every day.
Anthony Fauci retired like 2 years ago, first of all.
Okay.
Tim Scott and Byron Donalds, I would love for them to be in an administration, but then we would have nobody in the House or Congress. That's black. So
they can't be replaced with somebody else?
We don't have anyone else. And, with 8% voting for Republicans, so we don't really have a lot of options. I wish we had a ton, but we're not going to push them up just to get more, we don't play identity politics like the left.
No, you don't play identity politics. You don't believe in DEI. Just somehow all the jobs are going to white people.
I mean, that's who's on our side. If we get more African American on our side, we'll love to give them positions.
All
And
right.
then the last reason is because he can't afford to lose any more people in the House, and he can afford maybe to lose Tim Scott in the Senate because we got more of a lead in the Senate, but he can't afford to lose a single person in the House right now because it'll be at least like 40 days to a couple of months to replace him, and that's just too much time where he can't get shit done.
Fair enough.
So he can't. It was crazy that he lost the other idiot, Matt Gaetz, in the House. That hurt him a lot because now he's got even less of a lead.
Yeah, if he had not tried to appoint Matt Gaetz to that position and left him there, he would still be in the House. I gotta go. I gotta move it on though.
Yeah, go ahead. Damn, I have so many things on my list.
We'll cover him next
Pull me
time.
up. If someone brings me up or mentions me 3 times, bring me back up.
We'll see what we can do.
All right.
Anyhow, appreciate it. Thank you, MAGA Reacts. Typical MAGA filibustering everything. My last guess, he's really good at that. He has a special MAGA translator. He hears a lot of things that Trump said that I'm like, really? Did he say that? Will G says, like Trump's federal cases and tax returns, electric car development will be on ice. Yeah, you're not going to see any of that from Trump ever again. I mean, that's just gone. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate small. I didn't solicit, I guess, for you guys to push the like enough or to hit the screen. Wow, that's low. Man, was it that bad of a program tonight? I always ask you guys to tap the screen, get the like. So, wow, that's low. All right, fair enough. It is what it is. Hopefully TikTok is around and they don't get rid of this shit. Hopefully they don't. That's what's still up in the air. My guess is Trump will save that. And I'm going to give him credit for it if he does. But I think he will save that. Fact is, if they get rid of TikTok, there's a lot of people out here who earn a full living from social media. TikTok being one of the places they do that. I mean, some people don't even work. Like I got to get out there because I got a day job in the world. A lot of people work. Especially some of these chicks. Sit around with big tits or something in front of the camera, and people are giving them galaxies and shit constantly. People actually make a living with this app. So if the app gets banned, that's going to be some Americans that are equivalent to being out of work. That are going to be out of work. So we'll see. I do believe Trump will save it. I'll tell you from this standpoint. I see what it says, Budden might have saved TikTok. Really? I hope so. Will G. But I'll tell you this. They gave them an option. Either sell the app or we're going to ban it. My guess is you're not going to just let them ban the app when you can make billions of dollars by selling it. If people are offering you billions of dollars for something that is going to essentially it'll be similar to having something confiscated. Let's say, for instance, the police said, the car you own, that is not street legal, and either you sell it or we're going to confiscate it. Those are your only 2 options. We're going to take it from you, or you can sell it. You're not going to let them take it. You're going to find a buyer. At least let me get some money out of it. You can get billions of dollars out of TikTok. So my guess is, push come to shove, it will remain usable. It'll just be sold to somebody. You're not going to leave billions of dollars on the table. I just don't see that. Maybe sell off the U.S. version of it, whatever the case may be. But you're not going to just let them ban it when there's a ton of money on the table. And I mean a ton of money on the table. Biden saved it from going dark on Sunday. I didn't hear that. Well, hopefully Biden keeps at it. But I don't think Trump wants TikTok to go away either. I just don't think he wants to start his term on that because a lot of folks believe that TikTok, the whole threat of banning TikTok is to stop us from being able to talk to each other like what we're doing now. So that the only place you can go for news is the local news media or MSNBC, CNN, or Fox or something like that. There's a lot of value in us being able to talk to each other. And some folks believe that the government don't want that. I don't think Trump wants to be a part of that. I think he would stop it, in addition to what Will is saying that you believe that Biden stopped. So I do believe it'll carry on. It may go down for a day or 2 or whatever, a week or whatever, but eventually it'll either have a buyer or they'll come to some kind of conclusion that allows it to operate in some manner or another. Under Biden, inflation way outgrew his wage increase. And I don't know if I agree with that. Well, first of all, Biden didn't really increase wages. It was the states doing it. The liberal states gave significant wage increases. The Republican states did not. States like Washington, where Seattle was located, I think they went up to like $20 an hour. Inflation did not hit that hard under Biden, not to that level, because if you notice under Biden, if you graph the prices of goods and services under Biden, it's going to be like a hill of sorts. It went up, but it's come down somewhat. It ain't down where it was when he took office. But as one of my callers pointed out, the average price for gas now is under $3. It's not like you're paying $7 or $8 a gallon for gas. Trump brags about $2 gas. Gas is only $2 and some cents under Biden. Yeah, the price of eggs costs a little bit, but I mean, shit, what are you doing? Going out and buying 100 eggs every day? I mean, for the most part, the price of groceries, 20, 30% increase, maybe. The price of wages have damn near, I mean, the value of minimum wage has damn near doubled in some states. So when you say that under Biden, inflation way outgrew his wage increase, I don't think that's true. I actually don't think that's true. For, like I said, the liberal states, most liberal states, when Biden took office, $12 an hour or less was the minimum wage in most states. Even in the liberal states, you'd be lucky to find a minimum wage of $12 an hour. Now you got some states as high as 20. I don't know what to say about the Bible Belt states where the minimum wage is still under $8 an hour. I mean, look, it is cheaper to live in some of those states, but it ain't that much fucking cheaper. But in the liberal states, minimum wages went up a lot. So, like I said, the price of goods and services went up 10, 20, 30% under Biden. Wages went up a lot more than that. So I don't know if I totally agree with that. Certainly at the minimum wage level. Now, if you work for, you're a factory worker or some construction guy making 70 grand a year, no, your wages didn't increase like that. But the burger flipper folks, their wages went up a lot. Their wages, I mean, you're not working in any liberal state now making $10 an hour. All of their jobs. You can work in Alabama somewhere like that and still make $10 an hour. You work in a liberal state, they ain't paying like that. Only time inflation was worse was after the stock crash of 2008 during Obama. Obama wasn't in office in 2008, Novel Dragon. Obama took office in January 2009. That crash happened under Bush, which some cite as a reason why you got Obama. The economy shot up under Obama. If you look at what the American economy was like when Obama became president in January of 2009 and what it was like when he handed it over to Trump in January of 2017, it was significantly better. Obama got a bad economy from Bush and he improved it. He definitely improved it. Now, Trump's economy that he got from Obama, if you actually graph the economy on Trump, it appears to have gotten worse because of the pandemic at the end of Trump's term. When we give Trump credit for a good economy, we tend to give him a pass on what happened during the pandemic. So we'll leave it at that. But if you were to graph Trump's economy, it doesn't continue going up. Once the COVID took place in 2020, the last year of his term, it got much, much worse. So, real quick before I move it on here, you probably got less TikTok hearts because chat. Oh, okay. I started at Mina. I just realized somebody else told me that. Sub only TikTok was laughing versus YouTube. TikTok was lagging. Really? Why did somebody tell me that? Because I got TikTok on my 5G wireless. Sometimes when I'm indoors, it screws up. If somebody had told me it was lagging, I would have switched over to Wi-Fi. I didn't think I was having any problems because all the callers came on and they were fine with it. So, but thank you for letting me know that, Mina. Real quick before I move on. I didn't know that, though. I did not. Everything else on Wi-Fi, both of my YouTube platforms are on Wi-Fi. I could have switched over to TikTok. But nevertheless, appreciate you folks coming through as always. the few likes that folks did tap the screen, thank you. You will see me tomorrow as usual. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Got to get up early for working for the man. You know how that works. So I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a good night. And I don't know what I just hit on there, but real quick in the comments, Timu is also Chinese. MAGA Republican haven't said anything about Timu. Is Timu really a threat to national security, though? I mean, Timu ain't really collecting them. If they take down TikTok, that'll probably represent most of Timu, though, ain't it? Isn't that how most people find out about Timu is through TikTok? It'll probably go down with it, won't it? I mean, you can go on Timu.com or whatever, but chances are they're going to take it down, too. See you tomorrow. Catch you guys.